Good morning again to everyone. Just a quick technical note. My name is Mario Vattani. I am the national IORA focal point for Italy. I thank you very much for joining us today. Please, if possible, keep your microphones muted when you're not speaking. Now I think we can begin. I can see all the participants of the opening session. It is a pleasure to have with us Undersecretary Di Stefano. His appointments include not only responsibilities towards countries in Asia, but also business promotion, maritime, energy, environment, research and innovation. So these are all subjects that we are talking today. So it is with great pleasure that I now give the floor to Undersecretary Honorable Manlio Di Stefano. Undersecretary, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone, Excellencies, Deputy Minister Noshad Mohamed, Madam Secretary General, distinguished representatives of the IORA Chair and IORA Member States. I'm pleased to welcome you today to the IORA webinar on developing sustainable cruise tourism, which we are hosting in the framework of our dialogue partnership with IORA. We are thankful to the IORA Secretariat for its precious cooperation in organizing this event. Let me first of all express our solidarity for all communities in IORA member states and dialogue partners which were affected by this pandemic. We commend the positive role that IORA countries have played in containing the pandemic in their respective territories, and we look forward to increasing information sharing and lessons learned to prevent further spread of COVID-19. Today's webinar is a concrete follow-up to the IORA First virtual core group meeting on tourism, which took place last August 31st. By addressing the issue of tourism with such a timely initiative, IORA proves once again its key role in the regional architecture as an ideal partner to address challenges such as post-COVID global economic recovery. Indeed, the tourism industry in all our countries has taken a heavy toll from this pandemic, with disastrous results for the socio-economic situation of coastal communities. Consequences of COVID-19 on tourism are dramatically severe in island states where tourism contributes significantly to GDP. We have the important opportunity today to hear the experience of the Maldives from Deputy Minister of Tourism Noshad Mohamed. At the IORA core group meeting on tourism, member states and dialogue partners agreed to share experiences and best practice to combat and respond to COVID-19. This includes not only health and safety measures, but also measures to restart the tourism industry. In particular, the meeting welcomed Italy's offer to support IORA's sustainable cruise tourism sector through the hosting of this webinar. The focus on cruise tourism has long been present in the IORA work plan on blue economy. Cruising has become a major part of the tourism industry, and the potential associated with it will benefit the Indian Ocean's regional economy, resulting in the creation of jobs and the enhancement of business opportunities. Today, in the Italian cruise industry sector, important changes have already begun to take place. Italy has been the first country in which cruises restarted operating. Italian key players in the cruise sector have developed specific health and safety protocols with the support of national authorities and international experts. In today's webinar, you will have the chance of hearing directly about the result of these experiences from those who have been in charge of developing them and applying them. Excellencies, our partnership with IORA must be concrete and operational. Today's panels will be chaired and participated by some of Italy's major players in the world of blue economy, shipping, energy and the environment, research, training and education. The public and private organizations that will meet today are already successfully operating in the Mediterranean and beyond and can offer a valuable contribution in the IORA context. In this respect, as part of a concrete cooperation with IORA and its member states in the sector, Italy plans to offer a training course for cruise terminal officers from IORA countries, in collaboration with the Civitavecchia Port Authority and its state-of-the-art cruise terminal. Excellencies, Italy considers this cooperation with IORA on sustainable cruise tourism as an ongoing, and to this end proposes to host a specific high-level meeting with IORA member states and major stakeholders on this issue in the Italian pavilion during Expo Dubai, taking advantage of the event across the waters, moving money, goods and people over the Indian Oceans, which will take place during the Water Week of 20-26 March 2022. I wish you all the best for today's webinar. We are all going through challenging times, and it is indeed in hard times that one can best appreciate the role of international cooperation. But we also believe that the Indian Ocean region is one of the most promising regions of the world in terms of economic opportunities and recovery potential. I wish you all the best, and I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Di Stefano. The reference to the Expo in Dubai, which we are all looking to with great anticipation, gives me the opportunity to now give the floor to the Undersecretary Minister Advisor for Tourism Affairs of the Ministry of Economy of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Meri. Your Excellency, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, the current chair of the Indian Ocean Frame Association, IORA, I'd like to express my thanks to Italy for hosting this webinar in developing sustainable cruise tourism, part of the 11th edition of Diplomazia Festival in Rome. Although I would have liked to attend this event in person in wonderful city of Rome, I'm nonetheless grateful to attend virtually. And on behalf of UAE, also I would like to express our thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy for hosting this webinar in this time. We believe this sufficient milestone for cooperation between Italy and IORA. I also would like to thank the Secretary General of IORA, Her Excellency Dr. Nokia, for her efforts in increasing the engagement of tourism focal point across the Indian Ocean. Dear friends, the global pandemic 2020 has brought about an unprecedented situation that hugely affects the tourism sector. Billions of lives have changed around the world and millions have lost their jobs. Despite those challenges, we have faith that in deepening global cooperation and collaboration, tourism sector will grow stronger in period ahead. Esteemed delegates, the cruise industry among the industry most affected by the pandemic. According to the Cruise Line International Association, in 2018, cruise passengers reached 28.5 million and generated $150 billion for the world economy, along with 1.1 million jobs. Despite multiple outbreaks of COVID-19, lingering uncertainty, multiple reports show that there has been an increased cruise booking for the year 2021 in comparison with the year 2019. This is a strong sign that people are still looking forward to further travel on cruises. However, it may be harder to convince first-time cruiser. In this way, returning the trust of a cruise traveler is of a crucial importance. Furthermore, we must strengthen health, safety regulation, and provide a unique experience if we are to recover to our full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, Eileen, in the web banner today, I have no doubt there will be value for all our member and delegates, and I'm sure we will benefit a lot from the speakers who will benefit us with a lot of information to how to cope with this pandemic and how to deal with the cruise business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now welcome the Secretary General of IORA, Dr. Nomvuyo Nokwe. We are very happy to have you with us today. Our dialogue partnership with IORA started with your memorable visit to Mazara del Vallo, which we remember fondly. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Grazie mille. Buongiorno a tutti, Excellencies. I'd like to recognize our gracious host, the Undersecretary Honorable Manlio Di Stefano from the Italian Foreign Ministry, to our keynote speaker, His Excellency Noshud Mohammed, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Republic of Maldives. Your presence here today is welcome and it is honored, Your Excellency. And we look forward to hearing from you. Distinguished representatives for the IORA Chair, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Meri from the United Arab Emirates, and all IORA states and dialogue partners. It is a particular pleasure for me to be part of this year's Festival of Diplomacy, as it was in 2018, as His Excellency says, Mario, that I really truly enjoyed myself. When I first attended the festival and began to lay the groundwork for Italy as IORA's 10th and newest dialogue partner in November 2019, thus integrating the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean regions. I am especially delighted to say that in such a short space of time, the IORA-Italy partnership has evolved into an extremely dynamic and exciting collaboration. We see this quite clearly in Italy's IORA platform, which the Italian government launched recently. It showcases Italy's commitment and active participation. I would also like to wish and to recognize Italy's commitment to support the objectives of IORA's core group on tourism and its focus in exploring potential cruise tourism. I'm convinced that this webinar will serve as an exciting starting point for developing further cooperation with Italy in the field of sustainable cruise tourism, and particularly through the provision of capacity building and training programs for IORA and its member states. I'd also like to bring to your attention that the working group on the blue economy, which is a cross-cutting focus area of IORA, has identified coastal and marine tourism as one of its pillars, which aims at 1, promoting cruise tourism in the Indian Ocean region, 2, promoting sustainable management and development of coastal and marine tourism sector, 3, protecting and conserving coastal and marine biodiversity through sustainable coastal and marine tourism. Having said that, Excellencies, the ease of traveling is what draws people from all over the world to cruising. Over the past few years, the cruise market has been the fastest growing sector of the travel industry, with an increase in demand of 20.5% in the past 5 years. An increasing number of new cruise destinations are emerging. According to the Cruise Lines International Association, 32 million passengers were expected to set off sail in 2020. However, the COVID pandemic sadly has convulsed the world tourism industry, which now faces an unprecedented confluence of threats and hints of least global contraction for the tourism business in the near future. There's been significant financial impact on revenue for all cruise operators, which could make it difficult for many cruise liners to attract customers and result in closures. We need to reinstill passenger confidence, and more importantly, from a health and safety perspective, trust, which may become the cruise tourism industry's greatest challenge. Moreover, the implication for our small island development states are far-reaching and potentially disastrous. I look forward to hearing from his Deputy Minister for his advice and guidance, and from participants' interventions on what needs to be done to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 and restart the cruise industry in order to enhance economic growth and development sustainably in the Indian Ocean region. And I'm also happy to hear what His Excellency meant, that already Italy is taking the lead in that area. It is encouraging that we have such a dynamic platform here today for us to share experiences and best practices, because travel matters to people, it matters to the economy, and it can contribute to the growth and prosperity of our member states. That is why, even in time of unprecedented exchange and uncertainty, there is for great hope, opportunity, and optimism, which aligns the UAE's chairship theme called Promoting Shared Destiny and Path of Prosperity in the Indian Ocean. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, my view is that our region represents an important niche for cruise development, and going forward, there's a need for a firm commitment and concerted effort from all stakeholders to develop sustainable cruise tourism in our region. On that promising note, I thank you all for listening, and I wish you fruitful deliberation in this webinar today. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Secretary General, and for your vision of the future. Now, we've all already discussed on how COVID has truly taken its toll on those countries that most rely on tourism. This is why it is really a great opportunity today to have with us the Deputy Minister of Tourism from the Maldives, Dr. Naushad Mohammed. We truly look forward to hearing your keynote speech. Deputy Minister, you have the floor.
Secretary General of IORA, Dr. Namuvo, and Excellencies, thank you, IORA, for providing Maldives to deliver the keynote speech. I will set up the slide before I begin my speech. UNWTO describes cruise tourism as characterized by bringing together large number of people to concentrated areas of destination. Tourism is a socio-cultural phenomenon. There's a huge impact on economies heavily dependent on tourism for national income. Cruise tourism is a growing sector of international tourism until COVID-19 hit hard. The immediate impact of COVID-19 left cruise ships in search of safe harbors that would allow them to dock. The economic impact of lockdown on cruise tourism has yet to be realized. To that end, tourism can both dismantle and rebuild economies in short period of time. Cruising is an evolving industry that is continuously expanding and an important component of global tourism. According to current research, cruise travelers prefer relaxed tourist experiences, where destination ports play a vital role in tourist involvement and engagement. Furthermore, there has been a lot of exploration in North American and Caribbean region, while tourism in IORA in Asia remains less understood. I believe, therefore, that beyond collaboration and promotion, we need to study the rich cultural heritage and tourist experiences that member destinations have to offer for tourists. Cruise tourism is not only for pensioners and affluent customers. Studies show the product needs to be offered to more diverse segments with different budgets and geographical regions. Tourism researchers insist that once COVID-19 starts to weaken, the last thing we should do is repeat everything we did before. As an association, we need to be engaged in deep learning and remodel cruise tourism as a resilient industry against future shocks. While COVID-19 has put a hold on mass cruise tourism industry, there's one distinction between cruise tourism and land-based tourism: mobility. Tourism researchers insist on taking advantage of this mobility to make or break the link to selective destinations that it comes into contact with. Studies show that the industry will revive in 2021 based on 4 expectations: vaccine, relaxation of travel restrictions, implementation of additional health measures for passengers to access the ships, and presence of loyal clientele. With respect to Indian Ocean Rim Association member states, we have the advantage of leveraging on coastal and marine tourism. In line with UNWTO priorities for rebuilding tourism, cruise tourism has much potential for contributing to growth and recovery of local communities. To that end, cruise tourism depends on transnational collaborations at multiple levels. Tourism industry in all countries has taken heavy toll from COVID-19 pandemic, with disastrous results for socio-economic situation of coastal communities. Consequences of COVID-19 on tourism are dramatically severe in island states where tourism contributes significantly to GDP. Generally, countries like Maldives that depend heavily on tourism for national income are more likely to ease travel restrictions. From 87 destinations that eased restrictions recently, in July, 20 destinations were small island developing states similar to the Maldives that depend heavily on tourism for national income, while 115 countries continued to keep their borders closed. For small island states such as the Maldives, tourism is an important contributor to creation of jobs and stimulation of economic activities in small island communities. Several statistical studies support this notion too. As highlighted in UNWTO, tourism provides employment opportunities for semi-skilled youth in dispersed populations. According to a recent study by the Ministry of Economic Development in the Maldives, rapid livelihood assessment impact of COVID-19 crisis in the Maldives, 44,954 payroll employees work in tourist resorts. Local employees accounted for 47% of the total payroll employees, while 10% were female. From these, due to COVID, 22,000 local employees working in resorts were affected directly. Generally, there are 3 ways they are affected, which is redundancy, no pay, and retention to reduced pay. For the Maldives, the World Bank estimates that Maldives will be hit most severely in South Asia region due to COVID, due to high exposure to industries most vulnerable to the outbreak. Specifically, the Asian Development Bank assessment indicated that Maldives was among the top 3 countries in the Asia region to be hit hardest by the global crisis. Interestingly, there is a huge difference in how countries responded to COVID across the globe. As observed in The Guardian, countries which experienced 2002 SARS outbreak were more prepared and proactive in responding to COVID-19, given the fact that COVID-19 virus belongs to the same family as severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Example, China, Singapore, Canada. Generally, countries that experience SARS with a greater success in managing and containing the disease within the government as well as general public. Previous experience of SARS or similar disease outbreaks helps to convince the general public to comply with movement restrictions to prevent the spread of the virus. IORA member countries have to develop strategies that provide augmented benefits. IORA members have a unique advantage in terms of geographic locations and rich cultural heritage that are often sought after by cruise travelers. The centrality of cruise ports of member countries in particular should be used in setting our competitive position in the globe. Maldives is at an advantage in that tourists on floating vessels get to experience authentic local tourism by being able to visit local island communities. Within Maldives, liveaboards are popular attractions for visitors, augmented with scuba diving, fishing, and local island experience. Today, we have very sophisticated liveaboards or safaris that is equipped with state-of-the-art technology, helping in tourist safety and guest experiences. Recently, we have opened the borders for tourists to visit local islands as well as tourist resorts. Currently, foreign tourists who visit Maldives should have a negative PCR tests collected 96 hours prior to their departure from the destination. Children below 1 year are exempt from COVID tests. And these are the specific details that should be there in the COVID test result, which should be uploaded in the immigration website 24 hours prior to departure. We have also introduced a local health insurance package, which covers almost all of the possible medical expenses that a tourist might incur while staying in the Maldives. We have also recently introduced Maldives Border Miles, which gives points for frequency of travel to Maldives. I'm happy to note that we are the first sea border country to open for international tourists. We have been listed in WTCC Safe Tourism list as well. Tourists are required to have a negative 96-hour PCR test and confirmed booking prior to arrival, and tourists from all nationalities get on-arrival visa to the Maldives. As a concluding remark, I would like to highlight from the Business Insider that 45% of tourists who have had their trips cancelled this year have opted for future bookings in 2021 in lieu of a refund. This is good news as the future bookings look promising. I call upon member countries to establish both formal and informal networks to improve connectivity and unity to build tourism among IORA members with our unique cultural heritage and marine resources to outperform competing regional collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, not only for touching and assessing, which it was very important to hear the numbers of the employees and families affected. This is such an example of what has happened. At the same time, also for touching on the future strategies that we have to re-elaborate, taking stock from this experience. And I hope that this webinar and the ones we will, and the collaborations that we will start in the future will somehow answer some of the issues that you have brought to the table today. Now, I thank you all. I thank the participants of the opening session. There is a the group photo the virtual group photo that is normally something that we should do. So please, I will ask the technical support to go ahead and organize the screen, and then we will take the photo, and then we will thank again the participants of the opening session, and we will go into the panels. Can I ask everyone to be ready for the group photo? Thank you very much. So this ritual now concluded. I would like to thank all participants in the opening session once again. And at this point, we go into the first session. Now I will be chairing the session myself. There will be sessions which will follow. The chairs of the session will actually be in charge. They will be giving the floor to their panelists. Now, the composition of the session I will be chairing now really reflects the method that we wanted to use, and that somehow is the method that Italy has been using in developing its dialogue partnership with IORA. Which is a it is a method which is oriented to participation by the private sector, by the academic sector, and this is, in fact, the reason why we approached this webinar by involving the operators that actually are involved and have been involved in reinventing the system after during the COVID crisis. Now, this derives from a vision of the Mediterranean opening to the Indian Ocean, and also from the role that Italian stakeholders have had in pushing us and egging us on somehow to develop this dialogue partnership. So, without taking more of your time, I just want to say that the origin of this choice comes from our participation in the core group on tourism, the first core group on tourism, which was organized by IORA on the 31st of August. On that occasion, Italy, because of the way we have, as you know, been struck heavily by the COVID emergency at the very beginning, and also because Italy is a country that, as you know, relies strongly on tourism, and also because Italy is probably in the world one of the countries that has most invested in cruise tourism, and from a point of view not only of cruise operators but also shipping industry. IORA chose to ask us to somehow make a presentation on this subject. And from that presentation and from the interest that we gathered, especially on the aspect of cruise tourism, which is something that IORA has been concentrating on in the last years as a study, we went on to organize this webinar, and I myself would like to thank once again the Secretariat and all member states and also companies and the cruise operators that have been participating. So now I would like to give the floor to the first speaker of our panel, which is Roberto Alberti. Roberto Alberti is Senior Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer of the Costa Group. The Costa Group is one of the major cruise tourism operators and has the Italian flag on his ships. So I don't want to hold you more, and Roberto Alberti, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning to everybody. I hope that you can hear me well, and I would like to share with you some a few slides. Just a moment. I hope that you can. So, first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Italy and IORA for hosting this event. I take this opportunity to personally thank Undersecretary Honorable Manlio Di Stefano and his staff for their support during this difficult time. Director of Crisis Unit, Mr. Stefano Verrecchia, who helped us in the emergency with repatriation of about 80,000 between passenger and crew following voluntary shutdown. Director of Immigration, Mr. Stefano Bianchi, who supported the start of our operations with crew. And last but not least, Mr. Mario Vattani, who organized this workshop and believes in the huge opportunities we can develop together. I'm glad Costa Group is the only cruise line sailing under Italian flag has been engaged since the beginning in providing insights and input for the study on the development of the cruise tourism in the region. I'm here to share our vision and confirm our commitment to partner for the next stages. The COVID-19 pandemic is taking a heavy toll on the tourism industry, and cruise has been even more impacted due to its large-scale operations, high fixed cost structure, and the operational constraint. Cruise lines have proven resilient so far. Despite a complete global shutdown of the operation for several months and a challenging environment with cruise ban in place in most of the countries, as well as travel restrictions and increasing infection rates, cruise companies had recourse to financing to secure their survival and have worked with the authorities to restore the business in a responsible, gradual, and safe way. Costa Group has been one of the first operators to resume passenger operation with its brand Costa and Aida Cruises, because we have realized that we need to coexist with this virus for a period that, unfortunately, can be longer than expected. We want to protect our ecosystem, billions of euro of economic contribution and thousands of jobs by implementing new advanced protocols and investing in new technologies to secure the health and safety of our guests, crew, and communities we visit. We could not have successfully restarted cruising under these circumstances without the strong and active support of Italy government and all authorities at national and local level. And I must say that based on our global experience, Italy is a model other countries should follow to effectively support the cruise resumption. The constant collaboration and dialogue between us and the administration is key not only for the resumption of the cruise business, but even more for its future development. Looking forward, I see three strategic pillars: demand generation, sustainable cruising, modern infrastructure. Without demand, there is no business. During 2020, we expect to reach around 900,000 passengers, compared to our plan that was 4 million for this year. Customer confidence and trust are key in every business, and we need to work tirelessly to secure both. Having cruise ships sailing again our seas is the best advertising we can leverage on, along with the delivery of a fantastic product that exceeds guest expectation. The opportunity for cruising is to overcome the wrong perception on safety, clear advantage over other holiday solutions based on the fact that cruise business has full control on the end-to-end customer journey and has a state-of-the-art health protocol, as you may have seen from the points of the slide. We are committed to, as a leader of the cruise industry, to be pioneer in the sustainability field. We have a concrete record supporting our vision. 40% target reduction on greenhouse gas emission set by IMO by 2030 would have been reached by Costa Group already this year, 10 years in advance. We are the only cruise lines with 2 ships in operation, fully powered by LNG, the world's cleanest fossil fuel, both in port and at sea. The industry is following this path with the delivery of 21 LNG ships in 2025. Majority of the Costa Group fleet is already equipped with shore power capabilities, dropping emission while in port. Next summer, IORA will be the world's first cruise company to test the use of fuel cells on a large passenger ship, thanks to a project funded by the German government. Our initiatives go further beyond. Before the pandemic crisis, we secured a partnership to install the largest battery storage system ever on board a passenger ship. Costa Group has the ultimate goal to become a zero-emission company. I strongly believe that the support for the development of these technologies should be in the agenda of the government sharing this goal. We are also committed to ensure that a fair share of the value that we create is cascaded to the local communities, as the destination and our local partners are a key element of the experience and the ecosystem we represent. Again, I believe that the open dialogue with the local authorities should allow to better manage tourism flows and properly communicate the positive effects that cruise has on the local economy. In order to deploy our vision for a sustainable cruise, infrastructure should develop in tandem with cruise lines, anticipating the requirement such as larger berths and terminals, power, and LNG supply chain. Other priorities may be green connectivity between port and destination, as well as accessibility hub. Another enabler of cruise development should be the harmonization of the regulations across multiple countries within a region. Finally, we should work together, share timeline, goals, to design the future of sustainable cruising for new and established cruise regions. As a cruise line, Costa Group is committed to make its part to enlarge and strengthen the cruise world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alberti. In fact, your presentation proves the importance of having this open dialogue with cruise operators, since the time calls for this. Thank you also for touching on environment issues. The point you made about the fuel cell project that is being developed also in collaboration with the German government makes me think that I think our German friends are also participating. They are also dialogue partners, such as we are, and hopefully this can even call for triangular cooperation. One of the subjects that you touched, Dr. Alberti, is the one of this very fundamental relationship between government and operators, between public and private. And the next speaker that I have in my panel, Professor Silvia Bruzzi, professor of economics in the University of Genova, a city which is whose history is tied to shipping, as we all know. Is the perfect speaker to touch upon this point and others. So I now give the floor to Professor Silvia Bruzzi. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I also would like to thank the organizer of this interesting webinar, and of course to all the participants. I am very honored to be here to share with you my reflection in this moment, which is so difficult and challenging for all of us. I of course hope to have the opportunity in the next future to meet you in person and discuss together, because meeting in person is always the best way to discuss and feed idea and thoughts. The cruise industry is, we all know that the cruise industry is an important segment of the global tourism industry, and also the fastest growing in the last decades. According to the Cruise Line International Association data, passengers who comes from all over the world passed from nearly 18 million in 2009 to 30 million to last year, which unfortunately remained the year peak. This dynamism is due to the industry strategies focused on the supply side, on the opportunities offered by the technological development and by also the public-private cooperation, and on the demand side, on the great changes that have characterized tourists in the last decades. This growth has spread to all the areas of the world, with Asia becoming increasingly important. Of course, COVID-19 pandemic represents an unprecedented health, economic, and geopolitical crisis for the entire world and the global economy. For tourism and the cruise industry, it was a storm. The outbreak, with the suspension of cruises and cancellation of planned travels, imposed huge costs, economic but also human, and the cruise industry has been and is still asked for a great resilience. Faced with this crisis, which is still there, and we are all in it, today we are called to offer some food for thoughts. My idea is that this crisis has been transformed into an opportunity to drive a rethinking and a redesigning of how to develop economic and business activity, focusing strategies on security through the mitigation of the risks coming from the globalization and a more sustainable global economy. And I think that public-private partnership has a key role in this. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic on cruise industry is huge, because it is huge the impact of the cruise industry on the global economy. To appreciate it, I suggest to look at this industry as an ecosystem, or better, a global ecosystem of different ecosystems for each touristic area or cluster, with many actors, public and private, who interact with each other at the local, national, regional, and international level, and also with the environment. Of course, public actors have a fundamental role in the good governance of the global ecosystem and of the ecosystems developed inside it. Within this ecosystem, we find the supply chain of the cruise industry, with its different activities of different economic sectors like shipbuildings and tourist destination activities. It is not easy to map this supply chain because today economic activity is very fragmented and dispersed globally, and this fragmentation does not allow a systemic and integrated vision. Today, promoting this vision is fundamental because the globalized world is interdependent. We are here also for that, of course. Interdependence is first of all human and social, and then economic. This interdependence needs to be well governed to promote sustainable development and to prevent or at least mitigate global emergencies. To give an insight of the value created by the supply chain of the cruise industry, and therefore the effect of this crisis in terms of losses for the entire economy, I propose you to refer to a study that we have carried out last year to assess the economic impact of Costa Group's supply chain. It was a research that we carried out in partnership between Costa Group, Deloitte, and two universities, the University of Genoa and the University of Hamburg. The study focuses on the Costa Group's economic impact in Europe in 2018 and assesses the direct, indirect, and induced impact of Costa Group's operations. Using the input-output model, which is the recognized standards for economic impact studies, our research offers a meticulous collection and evaluation of a huge set of data that reflect the entire supply chain, including direct purchases, but also expenditure of guests and information from external partners such as shipyards. Our results are impressive. In 2018, Costa Group, with 2 million of guests and a supply chain of more than 10,000 suppliers, produced a total economic impact of 12.6 billion euro and an employment impact of over 63,000 full-time jobs across Europe. Shipbuilding and destination activity account for the most significant portion of this value created. Moreover, 60% of passengers stated that they will definitely or most likely return to the destination visiting during the cruise. That means that cruise is an important driver for local tourism. Our research suggests that a tight cooperation with the local institution and tourism actors is highly recommended. This data witnessed the multiplier effect generated by the cruise industry. The results of this research can feed new strategies to enhance public-private partnership to create value for all the stakeholders. Italy and Germany are the countries that benefit the most, both in terms of economic value created and employment. As regards Italy, this is in line with our experience. Italy has a strong leadership in the cruise industry, which is economic but also a thought leadership. Given our historic experience, Italy has already set standards in the cruise industry and continues to do even today. We heard about Costa's successful restart with its safety protocols, its cooperation with the public administration, and its cautious approach in resuming passengers' operations. This experience is a milestone for the recovery of the entire sector at a global level. In a time of uncertainty, responsibility, trust, and confidence are the pillars of a safe restart. Also, our study represents a model that, again, hopefully, of course, could set a trend. Its major contribution is not just in terms of knowledge that we have created, but also in methodological terms. Faced with the complexity of the global context and also uncertainty of the global context, it is increasingly important to work in synergy. A similar study with a similar methodology and a similar aim could be carried out by IORA for the IORA region, especially in this time of crisis. Crisis is always a good time to stop and reflect, because it is always, hopefully, a good advisor for the future. The study could aim to understand the impact of this industry, but also to support a long-term development strategy based on a strong public-private partnership. I believe that a public-private partnership will be the key enabler of the future ecosystem at a global level. I'm aware that it is not an easy task. It is also a cultural challenge that takes time, also because tourism has always been competition-driven more than collaboration-driven, but each of us, for the part that is within his or her competence, should commit in this direction. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor. While you were talking, and I trust IORA will find an interest in this study and in working together with the University of Genoa, I'm thinking that we have been put in touch with a network of IORA. There is an IORA academic network, and I think that the University of Genoa could very well participate in this network and possibly also introduce this kind of study and collaboration with universities from IORA countries. Now, we have the chance of having with us today someone who can give us a very global view of what the impact of COVID-19 has been on the global cruise industry, and also maybe a vision of the future, I'm sure. We have with us Ugo Mezzola, who is Director General of the CLIA, Cruise Lines International Association for Europe and Asia. I now give you the floor, Dr. Mezzola.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to address Your Excellencies today. Thank you for the invitation. CLIA represents 95% of international cruise lines globally. So indeed, we can speak pretty much on behalf of the entire industry as we know it. And I would like to start by reminding everyone that travel and tourism as a sector was the world's largest economic sector, generating over 10% of global GDP. So it was estimated that roughly 1 in 10 jobs globally was linked to travel and tourism. And within that wider reality, cruise industry was a relatively small player, given that we, with our roughly 300 ocean-going cruise ships, represented about 2% of the wider travel and tourism. But as was pointed out by earlier speakers, we were the fastest growing segment, and everything looked very good. We had order books filled in European shipyards, and that order book was and is worth more than $60 billion. So there's a heavy European industrial interest as well in the future success of our industry. But as you all know, travel and tourism is the hardest hit sector, given the COVID-19 meltdown. And within that, one could argue that cruise industry is probably or arguably among the hardest hit ones. So since we announced a voluntary global suspension of all operations on 13th March, very little has happened. So overwhelming majority of our ships are not in operation, but fortunately, resumption has now started to happen in Europe with a great leadership and partnership with the governments of Italy, Greece, and Germany, and in the near future also within the Canary Islands. And of course, we hope that this trend will continue. I would say that we have two overarching priorities as clear. First is to help the gradual healthy return to service to happen. And the other one is everything that relates to environmental sustainability going forward. And I would just quickly like to say a few words about both, trying not to repeat anything that Dr. Alberti already covered. So as this crisis hit us all, I think the entire planet was pretty much taken by surprise. We understood very early that this needs to be taken extremely seriously. So the cruise industry, cruise lines, summoned some of the world's best experts in medicine and science to give us guidance and recommendations in terms of how cruise operations can continue in order to protect the health of our passengers and crew and the ports and destinations that our ships visit in. And this process has taken many, many, many months, but we are pretty much there in terms of having ready global policies based on the recommendations of these outside independent medical experts. As Dr. Alberti mentioned, what we have already announced as a global policy is a mandatory 100% testing of all passengers and crew. Anyone who embarks on any clear ship anywhere on this planet will have to have a negative COVID-19 test. And I would just like to expand a little bit as it relates to crew, because of course we have very international crew on board our ships, and many of them also come from IORA countries. So I think it's worth pointing out to everyone that we will first test our employees, the crew members, in their home country. Then we will test them again before they embark a ship. And after these two tests, which have to be negative, we will still put all employees into an isolation for a minimum period of 7 days, just to make sure that no symptoms are developed. And then they can resume their work duties. But on an ongoing basis, crew is tested randomly while the operations are going on. So we believe that this is a very robust way of ensuring that we can mitigate and manage the risk of the virus entering on board our ships. However, as the entire world knows by now, nobody can give 100% guarantees, because there are issues with some of the tests, and the mysterious ways the COVID-19 spreads means that nobody can give 100% guarantees. That would be irresponsible. And that is why we have developed further protocols in relation to onboard procedures, what will happen if there is a suspected or confirmed case, how we will manage shore excursions, in order to do everything that can possibly be done to regain the trust of the consumers and also to regain the trust of the ports and destinations that we visit. We simply have to overcome the misconception that cruise passengers and crew are somehow associated with a potential higher risk of bringing the virus on the places that we visit in, because we believe that once we have truly articulated and explained the protocols that we have in place, we have a pretty strong case of arguing that at this point in time, there are perhaps few safer places or ways of traveling on this planet than actually being on a cruise ship. But we recognize that not all of this is yet widely understood. We, of course, recognize that we are having second wave, terrible numbers in Europe in many different countries. And we recognize that it will take more than our own measures to overcome the fears and the medical realities associated with this virus. But we will overcome, and we are ready to overcome, and we hope that the gradual resumption will continue so that as much as possible of the 2021 season will be saved, and then we hope to return on the growth trajectory as soon as possible. And that leads into my final comments about sustainability, because in the long term, our license to operate, of course, depends very much on our environmental performance. I think that Roberto Alberti did an excellent job in explaining these issues from Costa's perspective. I will only add one strategic long-term idea, especially directed to the Italian government representatives who are in this panel today. Now, we all know that the European Union has this ambitious objective of becoming net carbon neutral by 2050. And we also know that there will be a recovery fund to stimulate growth, to help us to overcome this economic meltdown, but also to generate green growth. And much of that fund needs to be invested into environmentally sustainable green technologies. And here I have one suggestion. Just like fuel cells was mentioned already, I think that countries that have a significant industrial interest in shipbuilding and maritime affairs in general, such as Italy and Germany, also France, Spain, Finland, should really think about how to decarbonize all shipping. Because we don't like emitting carbon, but current reality is that alternative clean marine fuels simply do not exist. We are doing everything we can to reduce our carbon footprint with energy efficiency, etc. But the true long-term visionary solution needs to revolve around clean marine fuels. There could be synthetic LNG, there could be synthetic methane, biomethane. We don't know exactly what. Significant amount of research and development will be needed in this space. And now that EU is handing these billions to countries like Italy and Spain, we would like to see a very high ambition level in the allocation of the recovery fund to the future success of the entire maritime cluster, of which then cruising will hopefully also benefit. The reality is that the industry is not in an economic situation to pour the billions in at this point in time. We are effectively borrowing a lot of money and the cruise industry is losing staggering amounts every month that we are not fully in operation. But the clean fuels dilemma is so significant that although I'm a strong believer in free market economy, I recognize that there are market failures and sometimes governments need to step in and help to find solutions that private sector, individual sectors or companies are unable to deliver without clear signal from the government that this is where we want you to go. And this is one of our key messages in Europe at this point in time. We really want to work together and be part of the Green Deal, part of the decarbonization, because we understand that only that will allow our long-term license to operate when we talk about future decades to grow and to generate these jobs in Europe and beyond in the wider IORA region. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comezzola, and thank you for, in fact, you gave us yet another interpretation of this public and private collaboration, even through what your last comments about the Green Deal. I think that if you stay with us, you will see that in the session 4 of today's meeting, many of the aspects that you brought up will be discussed. We are running not very late, but 15 minutes late, which could develop. I am now passing directly, I would say. I don't see any raised hands at the moment, and I take the opportunity to pass to session 2. Maybe we will be able to catch up in the next sessions. Session 2 gives me the opportunity of presenting the chair of session 2, Luigi Giannini, who is here, appears in our agenda as the president of the Italy IORA committee. In fact, I'd like to say a bit more about him. He is not only president of Federpesca, which is the federation of the Italian fishing industry, with the programs that go well beyond the Mediterranean. He is also vice president of the Federazione del Mare, which is the Italian maritime cluster. And most of all, as far as we are concerned at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has been of great support to our partnership with IORA, and he has perfectly picked up on the method that I was talking about before, that is to involve the industry, to involve the private business, to involve the stakeholders in the relationship that we have with IORA and with IORA member states. He is now president of the Italy IORA committee, which is a committee which is made out of companies, universities, research institutes, any stakeholder which looks to this collaboration with the hope. So I don't want to keep you anymore, but now, President Giannini, I will give you the chair of the second session. You will be the one giving the floor, of course, to the panelists that we have. President Giannini, you have the floor.
Thank you. So sorry. I'll try to make my best. Thank you, Ambassador Vatani. First of all, let me thank all participants to this event and to this session, and particularly thank to the ones who made it, and starting from Ambassador Vatani himself and Mrs. Daniela D'Amico, that hardly worked to make this event possible. It has been a big effort, and you know, this is my opening event as president of the Italy Committee of IORA, and you know, I've been, as Ambassador Vatani said, recently charged, and this is a huge honor to chair this session, starting from this event. You certainly know what is the role of the direct partners in the IORA scheme, and you know that IORA partners are the one which are not members of IORA, but they share the assistance in the field of technology transfer, environmental issues, the promotion of trade and investment, technical cooperation and assistance to the special fund. And that's what the Italy Committee of IORA will do in the next months and hopefully years. Now let me tell you what will be the operational model I'm inspiring to, in accordance with the Italian focal point of IORA, Ambassador Vatani. The Italian committee will produce initiatives in two different ways. The first one, as today's event, is addressed to compare points of view, ideas, proposals among the representative of the IORA state members and the Italian stakeholders on a certain issue, as today we are discussing of the situation occurring to the cruise sector in all different aspects. The second operational model is instead addressed to focus the opportunities coming from a bilateral approach between the Italian stakeholders and their correspondents in a certain IORA country, in order to explore in a deeper way which field of business or cooperation could be envisaged. I believe that both the models could be valid. Even I reserve to check together with Ambassador Battani, the actual efficiency of each model after the first initiatives and adapt the strategy accordingly. In this direction, I'll address a formal circular note to the components of the Italy Committee of the 21 IORA member states in order to get their priorities and suggestions. Now let me come to our section. It has been already stressed how the occurring situation is affecting the cruise sector. Now, in this session, we want to share information about the labor aspects that are, I would say, that the main basic element to rely on and to restart the cruising sector. Let me now come to the panel. And let me introduce the speakers. The first one will be Francesco Maria Di Maio, President, Port Authority Civitavecchia. Then Pascal Virolo, Chief Executive Officer of Vanilla Island Organization. And last speaker will be Ratna Chadha, Co-founder and Chairperson of Royal Caribbean Cruises in India. So let me give the floor to Francesco Maria Di Maio, President of Port Authority Civitavecchia. Please, Mr. Di Maio.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Francesco Di Maio. I'm the President. So I will try to use also the video. I don't know if you can see. I'm the president of the port of Civitavecchia. Actually, I'm the president of the three ports. Civitavecchia, Fiumicino is not the airport, but the new port, and the port of Gaeta. This is maybe not familiar, I suppose, to all of you, because it's a quite small port between Rome and Naples. But probably you know the importance of Civitavecchia in the cruise world, because Civitavecchia is the main port, the cruise main port in Italy, the second port in Europe for cruise. And as you can imagine, we faced a lot of problems during the lockdown. We are monitoring constantly the restart of the cruise sector. But maybe I would like to maybe first to underline again that the cruise sector was until till February 2020 in the highest growing since I suppose the beginning. We had in Civitavecchia we had witnesses in January 2020 an increase of passengers around 20%. And last year we increased around 10%, and we reached in 2019 the record of number of cruise passengers, almost 3 million of passengers. So you can imagine how the impact of the COVID on this increasing this growing that we have witnessed until February 2020, and the market, the cruise market. I don't know if somebody has already remember this point. Is a market where three main players are controlling around 75%. These three main players are also present in Civitavecchia through a terminal. They are managing a terminal for is quite big, and we in 2018 they created probably the biggest structure for cruise terminal in the Mediterranean, probably after Barcelona. So we I would like to underline that the impact of COVID on this sector was really low, really big, and we had a problem during the lockdown because, as you probably know, many countries have closed their borders, and 1,000 passengers were kept at sea while vessels sought a port to dock. We, as a port of Civitavecchia, which we have the possibility to host many cruise vessels, we hosted many vessels which were actually supposed to go to other ports. But of course, we had to face a lot of problems because many passengers were quarantined on board for almost a month or weeks before being repatriated. And so we faced a lot of problems, probably in March, April, May. Indeed, during these months, there was really a good cooperation among the port authority and all the bodies which are working on health sector, and we at the end our cooperation was very good because we succeeded to provide all provided to implement all the protocol which are very important at the moment to reduce the impact of the COVID also on board. So I must say that we are still in a critical phase because, as you probably know, this sector didn't start really again. We have in these months very few passengers coming to Civitavecchia, and we hope that through also this commitment of all the authorities which are concerned in creating a new awareness about the risk of to have problems on board, that we can give a possibility to all the cruise lines to restart and to step by step to come to the numbers that they had in 2019. So this is I would like to just to present my witnesses as the president of one of the main cruise ports. Of course, I'm at your disposal for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Di Maio. Let me give the floor to Mr. Pascal Virolo, Chief Executive Officer of Vanilla Island Organization. Please.
Good morning to everyone. I'm just trying now to share my screen. Hope you are seeing it. Yes, so I'm Pascal Virolo, the CEO of the Vanilla Islands Organization. It's the grouping of the tourism grouping of islands of Indian Ocean, namely Reunion, Mauritius, Madagascar, Mayotte, Comoros, and the Seychelles. And today I'm going to talk on our cruise lines and cruise ports are fighting back, especially in our part of the world. And for this, first, I need to set the context, just for you to know what's the context of the Vanilla Islands on the cruise industry. A few months ago, it means in 2019, Costa announced that they stopped cruising in our part of the world. It had a huge impact for us because it was roughly doing 30% of the arrivals. Last year, we reached around 70,000 passengers on all of these islands. I mean, mainly on all of these islands. So when Costa said that they are stopping cruising in this part of the world, we had to think and to know what we will be doing for the next months and years. So we developed we launched the development of our own sustainable cruise strategy. We talked with most of the cruise lines around the world to know what were their feedback on the port calls. And from this, we launched the strategy. And this strategy were about to be finished by the mid-2020. And with the COVID, it gave us the opportunity to stop and think further. And now we are nearly ready to launch it. We are at the marketing plan process. So it means that we are really at the end of this strategy. And in this context, what are the cruise lines and what are the port crews are doing to fight back? For the cruise lines, I think Mr. Alberti already gave a very detailed list of what they are doing. Mainly what they are doing is that they are trying to regain market confidence, and especially the European market, because most of the passengers for us are coming from Italy, France, Germany, UK, and Spain. So the cruise lines that are serving this part of Indian Ocean are mainly focusing on these markets. So to do so, the first thing is that they try to keep the cruise ships clean and sanitary, of course, with vessel sanitation programs. All of these are done under some guidance, and especially from the Ministry of Health in the United States. As you know, most of the cruise companies are belonging to groups, and here for our part, it's mainly from the Carnival Group. So they are working with European Sanitary Organization and, of course, with World Organization in terms of disease control and prevention. Of course, testing will be done for the crew, for the travelers. The passengers are limited on board the ships. And apart from these sanitary protocols, there are also a planned agenda for restarting. It means that all the cruise lines are not restarting everywhere in the world. But of course, it began, as the minister said, in Italy for the Costa, but just previously it was beginning with the river cruise. So the first tests were done on the river cruises, and afterward on the main cruise lines, like for Costa. AIDA also began again a few days ago, and in Asia also the cruise are restarting now. So to regain the market confidence, keep cruise ship clean and sanitary, and make this planned agenda for restarting. And for the cruise ports, so this is what we worked with the cruise ports of our islands, and also with the cruise lines, and especially with Carnival. So all the ports have to prepare protocols, and to prepare protocols to give to the cruise lines, and at the same time to follow their protocols. So it's a two-way process. First, it's to ensure the social distancing. For us, it's 1.5 meters between the people that are going on shore for excursions, for example. We are asked to have an access limitation to the terminal and the pier. So it means that not only social distancing, but not everyone could go and work on the pier and on the terminal. It's only for the passengers and for the working staff. There are some sanitation plans for the turnaround some days prior to and following the embarkation. So this is part of the protocols that we have to work. Something that is very important for the ports is to manage traffic flows. what is requested is that we have to be separated between, some separation between arrival and departing. So it means that you have two ways, two flows, so two different flows. It have to be very separated. Of course, and sanitation on the ports, on the pier, maybe inside the terminal as well, and all the local helpers in the terminal, in the port also, have to apply all this terminal. So it means that we have to have a big training process for everyone to be involved in the protocols. Another way is that I put it here, but under the cruise ports, but it can also be in the cruise line section. For the shore excursions, at this moment, the shore excursions will only be done with selected DMCs. It means that the passengers are not allowed to disembark and walk on their own. They have to follow strict protocols, and so they have to follow the strict selection of DMCs. If it's not done, they have to stay on board the ship. So these are the main impact to regain the confidence in the market, and not only in the market, but also in the whole industry. For us, it's very important because, as I said, we are now implementing our new strategy. And for us, it will be more focusing on the return on the investment, economic impact. And for this, we will be encouraging some types of vessels, some types of cruise lines, like discovery, like luxury, and like expedition ships. We are encouraging this type of vessels and no more the large one because of sustainability. We will go for a limitation of cruise ships in the port at the same times, also a limitation of passengers. As I said, we are now more focusing on the economic impact. So this is what I had to say for today. And if you have any question on what we are doing and on how we can work together, I will be more than happy to participate with all of you.
Thank you, Pascal. Let me give the floor now to Mr. Ratna Chada from India representative of Royal Caribbean Cruises. Please, Mr. Chada.
Our exigencies are working from home. One has to be nimble on their feet. Yeah, good afternoon again. Since I'm talking from India, it's afternoon here. So therefore, would just like to say good afternoon to all the dignitaries, all the excellencies and participants who are attending this session. And thank you very much, IORA, for giving us this platform to interact and collaborate. The topic today for me was how cruise lines and cruise ports were fighting back, and COVID was impacting the cruise jobs and recruitment. And I will talk about this in context with India. However, before I get into the subject, I would like to give you a little bit of the India story, which started pre-COVID, because that is essential as it dovetails into the current situation. So India was on a fast track pre-COVID with its vast potential and its eye on the cruise tourism map, and the government was working with stakeholders in all aspects under the aegis of our Honorable Prime Minister to realize this vision. In order to give a little background on this pre-COVID area, I would just like to highlight the objectives that led to this vision. The first one was that India's potential was in its vast coastline, measuring about 7,500 kilometers. Second, as a country, India was strategically placed as all cruise ships need to pass through our country while crossing over from the Mediterranean to Asia and vice versa. So there was a compulsion to establish India as a major hub for cruise tourism. Number three, India has it all: culture, mystique, ancient heritage, diverse cuisines, wellness, festivals, and color. Apart from this, natural resources like beaches, mountains, rivers, wildlife exists or coexists in our country. Number 4, India is unique in that it has the ability to provide multi-destinations in one itinerary. Therefore, apart from home porting, cruise lines have the flexibility to cover multi-ports of call, which allows greater diversity with 2 passengers and the ability for them to experience landlocked ports as well within the country. Number 5, India has hospitality in its DNA, setting high standards of service.
Give me 2 minutes.
No wonder then.
Call that's coming. Let me finish this and call you. Give me 2 minutes.
Sorry, was that for me? So, number 5, India has hospitality in its DNA, setting high standards of service. No wonder then that India is a big source market for exporting skilled talent and crew to international cruise companies, which has not been affected, thankfully, in COVID, as cruise lines are now beginning to return slowly to service. Number 6, India has the ability to provide seamless connect with experiences between cruise ships and the vast railway network, which is about 65,000 kilometers. I believe it's the fourth largest in the world, and river cruising. This will naturally cover the length and the breadth of that the country has to showcase. Last but not the least, the government was also aware that overcrowding of cruise ships in the Mediterranean, China, and in Southeast Asia could catapult India into the next major cruise hub. Therefore, the government set up task forces to create a blueprint to get an action plan ready to establish India's rightful position as a cruise tourism hub within a specific time frame. It is very clear at the onset that it was very clear at the onset that India could only achieve its vision by inviting international cruise companies to ply in our waters, as India did not have a domestic cruise line at that stage. Therefore, in order to achieve this objective, the government, based on consultants' reports and stakeholders' recommendations, came up with a robust plan to clear the deck for international cruise companies to invest in the country. Lo and behold, then COVID hit. We got into COVID like everyone else did, and we were at the forefront of the battle. The entire world suddenly started closing down. Tourism was the worst hit, especially cruise vacations, albeit we were neither the cause nor the source of this pandemic. International cruise companies like the Royal Caribbean Group used their idling ships to bring back the crew safely home, as there were no airlines flying and the crew had nowhere to go as countries had started closing their boundaries. India, being a large and very diverse country, had its own challenges. Not only had the international borders closed, but in order to contain the virus from spreading within the country, each state within the country had bubbled in as well, practicing their own SOPs. Therefore, the challenge of getting the crew back increased multifold, since they needed to travel back to their hometowns with appropriate protocols. The domestic cruise line stopped plying as multi-states were involved in the itinerary with diverse protocols, like I just mentioned. So the government decided to develop 2 plans. 1, COVID-19 plan. This was with the intent to deal with the current emerging situation with COVID. And 2, Plan B, which was based on the earlier pre-COVID plan. Like all other countries, that a preventive would soon be available and there would be a big jump to cruising again. Therefore, a 10-year plan was important. Further, the thought on Plan 2 was that international cruise companies will actively explore the new cruising grounds, and India would be well placed with the experience of the last couple of years and with wide, diverse geography, culture, growing GDP, large Indian tourist base, attractive tourism locales, etc., to attract these cruise companies. Maybe, therefore, in a couple of months, that's what the thought was, when the situation normalized to the extent where meaningful engagement with all stakeholders could happen, and the cruise companies and other service providers will have some clarity as to where the industry is headed, India would be in the consideration. Therefore, in such a volatile situation, it was fair to consider that there should be two plans in the vision agenda. The government had set up task forces, which by now were divided into segments. We worked diligently to prepare a Maritime Vision Agenda 2030 that envisioned the advent of India as a major cruise hub. So the first task that this task force had was to get working on the COVID Plan 19. The task force first priority, as I said, was to work with the state governments and cruise lines to ensure safe and secure return of the crew when the world was locking down. This aspect helped in saving jobs at our ports and ensuring that crew was safely back home. The same crew now are preparing to return as ships are getting back into service in a calibrated manner so that activity continues with little effect on employment as far as the cruise industry is concerned, unlike the rest of the tourism and hospitality industry in our country, which is completely at a standstill. The second most important step was to solving unprecedented problems of COVID management, financing, etc. Next was to develop safe procedures and protocols, including testing, using technology for minimal interaction, personal distancing, sanitization, digitization, medical, and creating a cold chain, so to speak, a kind of environment at the port and the terminals for passengers, crew, baggage, employees, and ground transportation. Just to give you a little background, some of our the ports that are in situ in gateways like Mumbai are quite a distance away from the terminal. The gate, so therefore the embarkation gate to the terminal poses a challenge, and that needed to be frozen in the cold chain, so to speak, so that there were no gaps or leakages. The SOPs at various ports and terminals needed to not only dovetail their safe and secure processes with the cruise lines processes and systems, but also had to be standardized across all states. There is now an intensive COVID-19 protocol in place for all ports, which is standardized based on the domestic requirement with international best practices. Therefore, we are truly vocal for local. Last but not the least, the cruise industry, the world over, is battling to remove its perception as a potential health risk area for contagious outbreaks. While it will take time to change perceptions, in the interim, customer demand had to be revived, for which cruise companies collaborated with experts and developed their own protocols for a cold chain approach to ensure the environment was cocooned in a bubble. The Indian port authorities, as the world over, followed the same approach to ensure that this cold chain corridor was frozen. And you just heard my colleague Yuko speak about the procedures that was developed by the Royal Caribbean Group in collaboration with other cruise lines with medical experts. Preventing job losses. At this time, with no international cruise ships calling on Indian ports and our own domestic cruise line battling with customer demand, with potential health perceptions, the stakeholders were using this opportunity to educate, skill, and upgrade the employees at various levels of touch points, thus making them more sensitive to the needs of different segments involved in the business. The government also used this time to upgrade their systems, skilled workers, and continued the infra projects, the huge infra projects that they had undertaken to build new ports and terminals, thus continuing to employ people even in these difficult times. Another ingenious way to keep employment intact was to use the returning crew with their skills to become entrepreneurs from home, working with food outlets to provide international cuisines in collaboration with other brands. Internationally, the cruise companies were also providing content from home in entertainment and F&B to keep the interest of cruising alive. So the plan
the video conference at home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's from 9 o'clock and it's still got some time to go. So yeah, I don't think I'll come in. The connection.
So plan 2. I think there's
not...
some disturbance somewhere. Somebody's not unmuted.
Mr. Pierce, can you mute your microphone, please?
So plan 2, which was plan B, which was initiated pre-COVID, continued post-COVID. India has focused on this segment with a view to increase traffic manifold along its vast coastline with radical improvements along many parameters, from raising, upgrading, developing many facilities, including construction and new terminals, creating regulatory environment for sustained guest satisfaction in the customs, immigration, port health, security, cabotage, relaxed regime, bringing deep discounted tariff policy, implementing continuously revised and upgraded SOP for uniform application across all ports, intensive marketing initiatives with the major cruise companies of the world, participating in trade meets, organizing, holding workshops, conferences, and the lot in India. This brought tremendous growth in traffic and gave birth to a homegrown brand pre-COVID. It's safe to say India is looking at a 4 million cruise passenger mark by 2041 with Plan 2 completely operational. What I would like to add is that since cruise vacations, unlike other vacations, encompasses all aspects of travel from accommodation to recreation to entertainment to restaurants, retail, tour operation, transportation, medical, and more, it is imperative to create a bubble around these services to ensure cruise ships are devoid of any pandemic or epidemic. Having said that, cruise ships are pretty resilient and adept at handling such situations in the past and have therefore always maintained their integrity in hygiene. However, COVID is unprecedented and therefore requires a different approach. Notwithstanding the new protocols in place, a cruise ship is the safest environment for a healthy and secure vacation. Somebody already said that. The Royal Caribbean Group therefore came up with what they devised as a royal promise in conjunction with the recommendations from the panel of experts in their advent to first start cruising in selective regions, Singapore being the first. The royal promise promises the following, quote, "We will never stop taking care of you," unquote. The cruise line is investing in wearable Bluetooth technology to allow for contact tracing and using QR codes for menus and facilitate contactless payments and other touch points. The 6 pillars of this promise, which was briefly mentioned by Yuko, are illustrated again. Testing for all, for a safe vacation, start with prevention. 100% fresh filtered air, medical grade cleaning standards, less guests, more space, upgraded medical facilities and expert care, safe, timely return home. Additionally, all passengers are eligible to participate in the Cruise with Confidence program. In conclusion, cruising is a unique vacation in more ways than one. I'm sure we will bounce back sooner than later with a much greater resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chada. Thank you for your complete presentation. I will say absolutely interesting. Development of the cruising industry, and I believe that all the participants will take note of what India offers in terms of attraction to his wonderful destination, and what could be the new role that India could play in this sector, also in this sector, and the contribution of Indian crew I will say, is decisive for the old cruising industry in the world. Let me thank all the panelists for that have been witnesses of the huge effort they are putting to face this emergency situation. And I believe that this will also fix new standards for health and safety conditions on board of cruising vessels. And so this is, an effort for now and for the coming future. Now, I understand that the cruise industry plays an important role in terms of occupancy in its global dimension. Now, the occurring crisis is that has a huge impact. Is causing a serious risk of dispersion of skilled people operating in this sector, and the industry should avoid this risk with the best effort they can put. Now, I think that the industry must be supported now in using these labs to plan the restart through a wide training program inspired to the new sanitary requirements and standards. So I welcome what Undersecretary Di Stefano announced, this interesting program of training, I will say better retraining of the cruise management to afford the occurring situation and the next future. I believe that this is an appropriate and concrete approach, and we in Italy are proud to get such initiative that will be, I think, decisive for the restart. And I think that also the choice of Civitavecchia port will be the most appropriate and will be perfect to get these initiatives. So congratulations to initiative of Undersecretary Di Stefano, and let me wish good work to President Di Maio for the work that is now waiting all the organization of Civitavecchia port in this new initiative. So many wishes and all the best to everybody. Let me give the floor again to the director, Ambassador Battani, for the third session, please.
Thank you very much, President Giannini. This was indeed a very fruitful panel. I think that we went really into the details of cruise operator management. Can I please ask again all participants to mute their microphone, because we are having some I can't tell. Unfortunately, the Cisco WebEx platform does not allow for muting from the technical support. So please make sure all your microphones are muted. I can see all the people I'm speaking to have their microphones muted, but I can still hear some sound. So if you can please do so. Now, before we proceed to the third panel, I would like to pick up on the last things that President Giannini said, and in fact on an offer that was made by our Undersecretary Manlio Di Stefano this morning, which is to the proposal by Italy to host, possibly in person, but we will see how the situation goes, and of course things of this kind can also be done online, but to host a training of cruise terminal managers. This is something very interesting, and we know that we can rely, and we thank President Di Maio of the Civitavecchia Port Authority, but especially there is a cruise terminal in Civitavecchia which is state-of-the-art, and it is directed by John Portelli, who I think in fact is with us today. And if he is, because I cannot see his name now, I would like just very briefly, because we don't have much time, of course, but we actually have the person that could definitely handle this kind of training course that Italy will gladly offer to IORA member states. So if Director Portelli, if you're there, please briefly just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Vattani. I hope you can all hear me.
If you could just raise your voice a bit, or use a better.
Okay. Is this better, Ambassador Vattani? Excellent. Thank you. First of all, congratulations for this excellent webinar. Yes, Roma Cruise Terminal, we would be excited to be involved in the running and the planning and the design and the organization of such a training program. I have personally been involved in designing and managing a Commonwealth port operations and management program for a number of years. And I do believe that a mix of didactic and practical programs can do a lot for port and terminal organizations. Roma Cruise Terminal is a company owned by Costa, MSC, and Royal Caribbean, and the company manages and operates all terminal activities and operations in the port of Civitavecchia. We now have 4 cruise ships that are sailing nearly every week from the port of Civitavecchia, carrying not just Italian passengers, but also German-speaking passengers and passengers of other nationalities. So we are experiencing the restart in cruise operations. And we believe that this is the result of the sharing of ideas and experiences, which we've benefited since March this year. We have been every week meeting with other managers from private Italian cruise terminals, and we have been sharing our protocols with terminals in North Europe, in Spain, in Japan, and even in Singapore. And my invitation to you is that if any of you present today, participating today, want to access our protocols, we will be more than to share them with you. So yes, if we strongly believe in this training and development initiative, because we believe that this is the way forward for a restart and successful cruise operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for your support. We will be contacting the ambassadors of IORA countries represented in Italy shortly, and we will invite them, if you know, as you suggest, to visit with us the cruise terminal, and from then we will start talking of this possible course that we would like to offer to IORA member states. We'll be very happy to do that. Thank you very much. I see now in the video Laurence Martin, who is going to be chairing session 3. I'm very happy to welcome her today. Laurence Martin is Secretary General of the Italian Maritime Cluster, but especially she is in charge of international relations of Confitarma, which is the Federation of Italian Shipping Companies. So you can imagine the size of this federation and how important this is for us to have had Confitarma on board since the very beginning of our relation with IORA. We have, I want to thank again Laurence and Confitarma for having hosted, as a matter of fact, 2 Italy IORA events in the past. And so now I'm very happy to give the chair to Laurence Martin. You have the floor, Laurence.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Mario Vattani, for your kind words and presentation. Indeed, since the very beginning, we have been captivated by your enthusiasm, and we have adhered with conviction to that ambitious project. And when I say we, I refer to all members of the Italian Maritime Cluster. As you rightly pointed out, shipowners, shipbuilders, port authorities, fisheries, yachting, naval research, ship agents, pilots, just to name a few. And most of them are participating today to demonstrate their active involvement in the Italy IORA platform, focusing in particular on blue economy. And that you, Mario, are running as Italian national IORA focal point. As you said, our last appointment with IORA was held here. I think it was last October, 21st of last year, in these prestigious rooms of Palazzo Colonna, premises of the Italian Shipowners Association, Confitarma, that host the Italian Maritime Cluster. So no need to hide that we are fervent, I would say, believers, followers of this new institutional dialogue, because we are of the opinion that in this interconnected world, our respective organizations have much to gain talking to each other on best practices and coordinating our policies in order to achieve our common ambitious goal, a blue, sustainable economy, always greener, more digital and resilient. So, first and above all, allow me to convey the best regards of our president of the Italian Maritime Cluster, Mr. Mario Mattioli, also president of the Italian Shipowners Association, that much to his regret cannot attend this, cannot be with us today. And let me renew his will to collaborate with other Italian public and private stakeholders within the Italy IORA committee along the line covered in the IORA Blue Economy priority pillars. So without stealing precious time to the themes of our session, that is probably the most optimistic one of the whole this morning, because we will talk about cruising again. Let me, however, spare a few words of the Italian Maritime Cluster created in 1994 and give you in a nutshell some figures, I would say pre-COVID pandemic era figures, of course, to briefly illustrate who we are. I think that our Vice President, His Excellency Vincenzo Petrone, that is chairing the next session, will give you more insight on this. So, but tell me just only two things, that according to the figures released in the 6th edition of the Italian Maritime Economy Report, the Italian Maritime Cluster
is still one of the most dynamic sectors of the national economy and produced 33 billion euro per year, which is 2% of the national GDP, providing work directly or indirectly for around 500,000 people. So very rapidly, among our members, we have the Italian shipbuilding, and thanks to Fincantieri, we continue the shipbuilding continue to grow in some segment, and in particular the cruise among all, a segment in which it confirms itself as a world leader. As for recreational shipbuilding, also it continues to drive the entire national yachting sector and effectively oversees the foreign market. And Italy here too is the second exporter in the world and is the leader in the super yacht sector. Concerning fishery, I think that Mr. Giannini will give you more insight than I, but let's say that capture fisheries and aquaculture, that is one of our important segments of the Italian maritime cluster, is an actively remain, let's say, a very labor-intensive market and is in Europe a leading market for the seafood. Concerning shipping activities, that's something that probably I know more. RoRo is an excellence of air traffic. And let's say that Italy remains leader in shore-sea shipping in the Mediterranean, and because Italy is the first country in EU 27 in terms of shore-sea shipping and goods, with around 230 million tons of goods transported. But last, I would say maybe one word about cruise. And as you know, Italy is, as has been said during this morning, is the top destination of cruises in the Mediterranean, with about 40% of the overall traffic. In 2019, about 13 million passengers were boarded or disembarked in Italian ports, and 9 Italian ports are among the top 20 Mediterranean cruise destinations, including 4 that are in the top 10. And Civitavecchia and the President Di Maio said that clearly earlier. So we stop here with these general data on the Italian maritime cluster that lead us direct to the theme of the 4th session, restarting cruise market and regaining market confidence. With us, we have 3 women of excellence, I would say, the ideal alchemy that makes a panel stimulating. We have an operator, a market regulator, and an international soft legislator. And together we will exchange about cruising at the time of COVID-19. Well, let's say that no one has the crystal ball to know how it will end up. But what is certain is that the cruise industry already restarted. It started cautiously and is doing its best to regain market confidence that has been severely battered. We cannot deny that. As Mr. Metsola clearly underlined earlier, the world was taken by surprise by the COVID-19 pandemic first wave in March, April. It was a political knee-jerk reaction concerning mobility restrictions. The entire rooms on board were stopped, the cruise fleet grounded, the crew stranded on board for months with complex visa repatriation issues, ports were closed. Today, the situation, of course, is brighter. And let's say that rich of the lessons learned during these dramatic months while being challenged again by the second pandemic wave, the industry is doing its best to stay afloat, sending positive messages to their guests. it has already been said by previous speakers, it is not a full restart, and I think our next speakers will develop this aspect. It's not a full restart at global level, but we are assisting to, let's say, regional, local test of restart. You all know that some markets are still closed. The US Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, the famous CDC, announced the extension of the no-sail order for cruise ships around through October, I think the end of October. And this order continued to suspend passenger operation on cruise ships with the capacity to carry at least 250 passengers, what is subject to US jurisdiction. But however, in other part, unfortunately, in other part of the world, in Europe and in Italy in particular, at least during the summer COVID-19 pandemic temporary break, let's say, cruise ships have been allowed to resume operation under certain conditions. So let's say that the when and where to restart depends on the decision on mobility restrictions that are applied by public stakeholders. And the how to restart has already been tackled and solved by private operators. That's the reason why what we have been saying this morning, that public and private stakeholders have to talk to each other in order to adapt, to ensure the adaptation to these moving rules. So I'd say that recovering from the shock will not be a trivial thing, but it won't be an impossible mission too. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's cruise again with our three speakers. And without any delay, I will give the floor to the operator. So I will give the floor to Mrs. Rossella Carrara. Rossella, you are the one that supervises all communication, sustainability and public affairs activities of the leading brand Costa Crociera in Europe. And you are in Costa for more than 15 years. So who best could illustrate the recovering market from an operator viewpoint? So Rossella, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Laurence. I hope you can hear me well, and thank you to the audience and to the distinguished guests, and of course to the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think there's a lot of things that we have been listening and discussing this morning about cruise resumption. I would like to, at this point, show you in images what exactly the restart of cruising means. And Laurence mentioned, you know, we now have experience on the how and where the cruise industry has restarted. But I think we need to look at a more significant element, which is the why we restart. So let me just show you what our restart means. And I will share the screen. And as soon as okay, here we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
During the pandemic, I lost one relative. To be honest, we are really lucky to have Costa with us because they never left us.
And I learned from this pandemic that you must be responsible in everything that you do, so everybody will save and will work harmoniously.
Let us be strong, be
Be positive, be determined, be enthusiastic. Costa will be back in business again, stronger than ever.
I feel very emotional about this period. It's a challenging time, but I do believe we will do it very well.
So I'm really waiting for this thing to start so we can go back to what we used to do before and serving the guests, start our job again. So it's really exciting.
After many months, now the lights are on again, the ship is ready, we are ready, and we wait our passenger finally.
So I hope I was able with this video to convey to you the why we restart. And I'm sorry I get really emotional when I see these images, and every time I show them to friends and to stakeholders, because I think it gives the sense of why we need to restart. We need to restart because we create jobs. Because this gives employment opportunities to thousands of people of different nationalities, and also because not only we create jobs on board our ships and ashore with our employees working very hard to make sure that these ships can sail again, but also because we create a benefit and a value to the whole tourism ecosystem, to port communities, to port operators, to commercial partners, to travel agencies. There is a whole community that benefits from the restart of travel and tourism, and of course we as cruise industry play a part in that. And I believe that never as before, this pandemic has created a sense of how we are interdependent one from another. I have to say that our experience has been, after a very challenging time that has been described, due to the pandemic hitting and everyone not being ready to face, the increased contagion back in February. I think that in these months, it has become clear that we need to work together, that we need each other. And what we have experienced finally is that we have seen people and institutions and governments and operators understanding what it means when a cruise ship is not in port. And so one of the reasons why we felt the need to work for this restart is because we also do it with the requests of the whole economic ecosystem that works around cruising, that is missing cruise ships, missing the opportunities that cruise ships generate on the territory. And working together, we have found a solution. So I think that if there is a lessons to be learned from the restart of cruise business in Italy, and Italy has been with other European countries such as Germany, the only country to find a way to restart safely, understanding that we cannot lose the value and the economic benefit that the industry generates, but we need to coexist in a situation in which the virus is still circulating and around us. So we work together with governments and institutions, both at national and local level, to define what is a very robust protocol, which does not, of course, exclude all risks, but it does limitate risks. And the experience that we have had with these first cruises is that our guests feel protected. So we now have data showing that thanks to the very strict pre-embarkation protocols, testing, crew testing, to the protected shore excursions, 90% of our guests tell us that they do feel protected and that they are able to enjoy their vacation on holiday feeling safe. And this is the first, I think, result and the first item of rebuilding that market confidence and that customer confidence. And this has been possible because we chose to restart very gradually. We did not restart immediately after the government approved or lifted the no-sail order, but we took the time to work port by port with the destinations until we were all, playing in the same orchestra and making sure that we all felt comfortable, that we could implement in a very smooth way the protocols. Health authorities, terminals, the mayors in each city, the regional governments, and the cruise operator must work together very closely to face this challenging time and to recreate the confidence that we can go back to traveling, we can go back to cruising, we can go back to offering our guests the best possible and safest holiday opportunity and the opportunity to experience the beauties and the characteristics of each destination where we go. And I think this is, our experience is open to everyone, and we are, delighted to have the opportunity to showcase this experience with all of you. And we are, of course, available to go into further details should anyone want to hear more about our initial experience, restart experience.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Carrara. Very interesting analysis. It's to see how you are thinking and implementing the restart phase. As we are running out of time, I will rapidly pass to our second speaker. Our second speaker is a regulator. We have pleasure to have with us Mrs. Amrita Gregg, marketer at Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority. We have heard that cruising is an important segment of the tourism industry in Mauritius this morning, and the island is regularly being scheduled on the circuit of world-renowned cruise ships. And Costa Crociere is the top client for cruise in Mauritius with, I think, 80% of the total number of passengers. So we have also seen in the press recently that the Rangolam International Airport has been the first airport in Africa to receive the Airport Health Accreditation, the AHA award by the Airport Council International. So it's a sign, tangible sign, that your government is paying a particular attention to safe and secure operation in tourism's operation. And I would say that earlier we have been informed by previous speaker Pascal Villeroy about this let's say, intensive marketing campaign under the Cruise Vanilla Island initiative. So these are all initiatives that testimony that the fact that you are paying great attention. So, Mrs. Gregg, we are eager to know from you what is the point of view of a regulator, and what are you thinking about restarting cruise market in the Mauritius? You have the floor.
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be among you today. And thank you very much to Italy for hosting this meeting and for giving us the opportunity actually to share our experience. Before, let me give you a picture of where we are in Mauritius. You know, we are a hub, and we are not a standalone product. We are part of the Vanilla Island. As part of the Vanilla Island, Mauritius is already bearing the brunt of the economic impact of the coronavirus pandemic. We noted actually since March, you know, with the cancellation of different cruise lines. And when you talk about cancellation, it means also a decrease in revenue. Now, with the cancellation of the season, because no cruise lines are coming to Mauritius, you know, this season, we expect a major drop in revenue. So what you know, decisive actions that we have to take emerge as a strong destination and also part of the Vanilla Island. In fact, future customers and passengers want to see stricter health and safety protocols. The cruise visitor decision to travel to the region will depend on how each destination is dealing with the pandemic-related safety issue. So it is imperative to implement seamless protocol measures to gain confidence of the visitors and the cruise line. So here in Mauritius has managed to stay COVID safe for a while, I must say. And since June, they have implemented sanitary measures since resumptions of activities in the sector. And actually, these measures have been endorsed by the World Travel Tourism Council. We have actually trained all the employees, frontliners, health, you know, people who are responsible for health at all levels. And now the hotels have safe labels. And also, the government also launched the Be Safe Maurice platform, where actually the population has all the information. And this is very important to educate and inform, you know, your community. Because you remember there was some fear at the beginning about cruise, you know. So in order to dissipate this fear, once we are ready to welcome the cruise lines, we need to educate and inform them and reassure them that we're taking every measures possible to protect ourselves and also the tourists visiting us. So Mauritius has actually announced the phase easing of travel restrictions and orders on October 2020 to Mauritians, nationals, residents, and tourists traveling to Mauritius for long stays. Passengers have to undergo a PCR test 5 days prior to travel. Upon arrival in Mauritius, they can take a test actually at the laboratory at the airport, and then they will have the test later. And then they proceed to an establishment approved by the authorities for the next 14 days, where after 7 days, they will have a test. And again, after 14 days, and once they are negative, they can go out. And if they are positive, of course, they have to go to the hospital. So I will skip the slide because Pascal went through most of the measures. So the only thing I will say that our new terminal will be ready by the end of 2021, and we will, reassure everyone that we will actually implement the measures that Pascal had mentioned before. So I would say, in fact, there will be new opportunities for the Vanilla Islands, for the small-scale travel, because the pandemic could actually accelerate a wider industry shift toward more considered smaller-scale travel. So luxury cruise lines will be on demand. So when we talk about luxury, it refers to longer duration, which is good for us, with small cruise vessels and lower passenger counts, higher passenger spending. So all good benefits to the destination. So this is a great opportunity for the Vanilla Island to differentiate the products on offer, as each island has its own specificity. Travelers, as you know, are increasingly interested in environmental and social aspects of their experience and seek authenticity. And indeed, they can experience authenticity in these different islands. So in fact, this is the actually to recalibrate our product offering, and rethink our positioning. As Pascal did mention, we are working on a feasibility study, and which will focus on the quality of offer, which is very important. This offer will integrate all the safety and protocol measures to gain confidence of the traveler. We will be also working on certification as a sustainable destination, for example, Madagascar and other islands, because there is a demand for that. We will develop itinerary programs to respond to new demands like cultural immersion, nature discovery, spa experiences with national products from the different islands. I think more than ever, it is very important to reinforce regional dialogue and collaboration among countries, which is key to sustainable cruise tourism development. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Mrs. Gregg. Very comprehensive presentation. All wanted to know without daring asking it. And I think that it will be very interesting to have all the presentations that have been illustrated during this session in order to keep track of all these precious details that you have been illustrating. Now, as organizers are telling me that we are really running out of time, I will go direct to the third speaker, the soft legislator, Mrs. Alessandra Priante. Mrs. Alessandra Priante, I think you need no presentation. You're the Director, Regional Department for Europe at World Tourism Organization, the UN World Tourism Organization that is guiding the restart of the tourism sector in general. Restarting tourism is your new mantra. Work together to build a tourism sector that works for everyone, where success, sustainability and innovation are part of everything you do. So I give you the floor, Mrs. Priante, to enlighten us about these restarting tourism's
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to Ambassador Vatani, with whom I had the pleasure to have a chat also the other day. It's really a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. I would, since you're running out of time, if you allow me, Ms. Chair, I would like to start sharing my screen and go ahead with this short presentation, which I have prepared for the occasion. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to run through basically our analysis. As you correctly reminded, we are the United Nations agency specialized in global tourism, in particular for the promotion of sustainable, universally accessible and responsible tourism. In the times of COVID, we played our role as United Nations. More than soft legislators, I would say that we are advocates and we are really working for pulling the strings and putting people together. We have 160 member states, but in the times of pandemic, the world is our client, and we are and have been at the full disposal. Our major selling point is, of course, data, and we analyze the sector. We've been analyzing it for the last 40 years. So what we have observed and what we provide the world is with the global estimates of not only evaluation of the impact, but estimates of what is happening in the years to come. The situation is not good at all. Our data, which is, of course, everything is available for free at our website, UNWTO.org, and we are at your full disposal, at the full disposal of the cruise industry and every other segment of the tourism industry, as my predecessors in this speaking panel knows very well. Cruise is also another big focus that we have, also because we've recently undertaken a journey into sustainable coastal and maritime tourism, which is definitely a must. What we say, allow me to share this with you, what we say is that we need to restart tourism. Indeed, the situation is absolutely dramatic. We're not going to hide it. But the moment that we restart, we need to make sure we do it well. The pandemic, especially for the European countries that are mature markets, Europe is normally the major destination in the world, accounting for 51% of the total travelers in the world for tourism, which means leisure and business reasons. We need to set an example. And what is happening in Europe is under strict observation. For this reason, me and my Secretary General have gone twice to Brussels. Last time, it was last week. We've also met with Commissioner Sinkevicius, who has possibly a direct role in it. And we have a Global Tourism Crisis Committee in which CLIA, which is a global association with the cruise industry, is playing a leading role. So we do understand, now that we resume tourism, it's very important that we learn a lesson from COVID. And the lesson is that we need to restart sustainably and digitally with a full attention on all the key pillars. Now, to data, as you can see, the picture I'm giving is dramatic. The forecast that we have at the moment is that basically there is a decline compared to previous year, about 66%. But the forecast that we have is a little bit harder than that, because the forecast, of course, is completely related to the reopening of borders. As we know, what the pandemic is travel restrictions in almost 95% of the countries in the world. The only place where it really survived a little, mobility survived a little in between countries, was actually the European Union and some safe corridor countries, which maintained their, especially in proximity, their borders opened. Nevertheless, it's still very little to say that we can restart tourism. What is at stake? Almost 120 million jobs worldwide, $1.2 trillion in export from tourism, and a loss for over 2% of the GDP, the global GDP. As we know, tourism accounts for a very high percentage of GDP in many Southern European countries, especially the ones that have direct access to the sea, where cruise tourism is so relevant. So we are estimating, as I was saying, depending on the reopening of borders, an impact that varies from 60% to 80%. Now we're getting closer to the 70% part, because it's true that borders reopened in July, but it's also true that the reopening was very scattered. There was like in hiccups, some openings, closings, quarantine, not coordinated measures. So we're very happy, we're very proud, we really welcome the latest decision of the European Council that says, whatever you are doing, member states, make sure you're doing it together. And please, quarantine, yes, but also test before boarding, test before departure, test after departure. So the 3 T's in a coordinated manner have to be in place in order to have a more organic and holistic reopening of the tourism industry per se. This is how 2020 looks. It's not nice. as you can see. These are our latest data. Normally, this is what a tourism year looks like, with a peak in the summer season. We've seen a very soft restart, especially in, let's say, the central part, which was the part actually devoted to the summer season. Of course, now that we're entering into a new wave or in a second wave, the situation is not going to get any better, even though some European destinations, including Italy, had the possibility of regaining some momentum. Of course, in the cruise industry, as it was also announced before, the fall in demand, aligned with the fall in share prices and reliance on loans, put added pressure on cruise companies. So first of all, what we've been advocating together with the cruise industry, there needs to be some sustainable funding in place, because cruise liners, the moment that they were entering into the pandemic, they were already facing some, let's say, delicate time, because they were starting to get some strong opposition and scrutiny regarding especially their carbon footprint. So this is where we are working alongside with the cruise industry to make sure that sustainability really becomes a very important practice. Now, of course, the innovation really becomes a partner, key partner together with sustainability. Why? Because if we look at the cruise tourism, just like tourism itself, we're looking at a very horizontal, circular, large value chain, which includes a lot of actors that affect and are mostly directly linked to other sectors. Nevertheless, they really communicate the message that tourism, and in particular cruise tourism, cannot be put out of certain discussions when it comes to policy regarding environment and regarding infrastructure, regarding transport, and ultimately regarding borders, because of course the sea is a key element of drive. Just a quick look at our actions since the beginning of the pandemic. As I was saying before, we are at the full disposal of our member states and the world in itself. We have issued and are continuing issuing a certain level of publications, evaluations, policy guidelines and priorities, and specific focus on certain sectors. The latest one being the one on domestic and nearby territories, because we think that at the moment, sustainability is actually driving us a new recovery for areas that before were just, let's say, a desire, but now they're a must, because they must be included in the strategies for territories. Last but not least, very important, for the first time ever, not only the European Commission and the European authorities have been really embedding tourism as part of their policy, but also our Secretary General at a UN level in New York held the first policy brief on the 25th of August on tourism. And these are the 5 priority areas that he listed. And I think this is very important. It's a mantra that we need to continue putting forward. And we are, of course, at continuous work at this moment, mainly politically, but also technically, to support everybody, to make sure the restart of tourism is really understood. We also would like to put forward a very important tool that we recently draw, which is the Tourism Recovery Tracker, an interactive dashboard that contains all elements regarding top destinations. Thank you very much. And once again, really grateful for the space given. Please, let's all restart tourism properly and mostly together. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Alessandra Priante. I think that your presentation is a perfect conclusion for this panel, so I will not add anything. I think that we will leave all the participants with your moderate optimisms, and but with the feeling that there are some public organization, international organizations that are caring about the tourisms and are doing their utmost to set up with other regional organizations, you were mentioning Europe, the adequate frame in order to to make it possible for this sector, for the cruise sector, to go through as smoothly as possible, let's say, damage policy in order to for that sector to be back again as soon as possible in good condition. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are really running out of time. So I will give the floor to our Maître de Cérémonie, Ambassador Vattani, and for the launching of next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurence, for sharing such an interesting and I would say optimistic, if you like, but that came in the title of the session. The next session, in fact, I think we are moving on. Basically, we are moving on from assessing to fighting back now, as you said, with a cautious optimism to restart and regain market confidence. I think that video spoke to all of us because we saw, in fact, how the impact of this COVID on the employees, on people who are working and who make a living out of tourism, because this is what we're talking about today. Now I would like to pass to the session 4, which will be chaired by Ambassador Vincenzo Petrone. I say ambassador because I know him as a diplomat. I have worked with him in Japan, so I'm very happy to see him again. But in fact, he is president of Assonave, the Italian Association of Shipbuilders. He's also the vice president of ENMC, which brings together all European maritime clusters. One of the priority issues that were discussed today, apart from employment, as we said, and regrowth, etc., is the concern about environmental sustainability. And this is something that is tied to a vision of the future. It has come up speakers have brought this up. And I think that this panel here in particular, chaired by President Petrone, will give us many answers and thoughts to concentrate on. Thank you. President Petrone, you have the floor.
Good morning and good afternoon for some of you. I will be very, very quick in the presentation of the discussants in our session 4. And in just making a few introductory points to kick off the discussion. We will have Massimo De Benedetti from Fincantieri, who is the vice president, the executive vice president responsible for research and development in Fincantieri. Now, Fincantieri, as you know, is the largest European shipbuilder, one of the largest in the world, and is the #1 in the world in terms of cruise shipbuilding. So I think Massimo will have a lot to say about decarbonization, the challenge that decarbonization is creating for the cruise industry and for the shipbuilders. Massimo is also teaching at the at the business school at Lewis in Rome, at the university. And he is certainly considered in Italy one of the top experts in this issue. Then we'll have with us Ambassador Kate O'Shaughnessy of Australia. She is the High Commissioner of Australia to Mauritius and Seychelles, and Ambassador to Comoros and Madagascar, all major cruise destinations. She is a career officer and has also served in Ghana. And then we have Mrs. Babak Bani Jamali, advisor for the ports and Mauritius organizations in Iran. And finally, we also have Francesco Beltrame of the University of Genoa, who will also participate. Let me make as an introduction very quickly a few points. Now, from what we heard today, there is no doubt that the industry, the cruise industry, and the cruise stakeholders are still in a kind of shock. The problem is that we were planning for a better winter and a better autumn here in Europe, but it doesn't seem that that is going to be the case. So the urgency of creating a sort of general framework that will facilitate the restarting of the cruise industry as a whole is all the more urgent, at least as far as Europe and the United States are concerned. The task that the governments and the stakeholders, ship owners and shipbuilders have ahead of them is basically to create a new framework that will reassure the stakeholders, will reassure the tourists, and will prove that safety is possible and can be reached on board of our ships. This is a major challenge, but I think that by cooperating industry, tourism organizations, and government, we can reach the goal. The market expectations. Now, we have heard today a very few encouraging information. Yesterday, I read with great admiration the interview given by the CEO of Costa, Michael Tam, in which he reiterated the intent of Costa Crociere to confirm its orders for the next few years. This is extraordinary, allow me to say, because given the conditions of the market, the fact that companies are confirming their orders is an extremely effective boost of confidence for the overall industry. Allow me also to underline that for Italy, this is particularly important. In Italy, we have built so far 100 cruise ships. It's a big number. The last 100 cruise, the number 100 cruise ship has been delivered on the 30th of September. This gives you an idea of the dimension of the Italian shipbuilding in the cruise industry. And it is extremely relevant also in terms of traffic in the Italian ports. 9 Italian ports are nowadays in the largest group of 20 European Mediterranean ports, which means basically that about, if I'm not mistaken, 13 million passengers board the ship or come on shore from the ship during a year. This is extremely important. The decarbonization challenge. Massimo De Benedetti will talk about that. It is a major challenge. It was a technological and a financial major challenge before the pandemic. Now it is becoming even more so. So we have to somehow reconcile the two targets, that is the overcoming of the crisis and the decarbonization target that the European Union has set for us. Reconcile these two tasks is going to be very complicated, but it can be done. The final point is we have now heard, and we know it, that the two governments, Italian and German governments, have been able to draft protocols that allowed the cruise industry to start their operations, albeit on a smaller scale for the moment. So this proves to the world that it can be done. It can be done, and it must be done. The point is that we need international cooperation, political international cooperation and political will to do that. We need to give the cruise operators a global framework agreed by governments that would allow them to plan for the future. Now, this is, as usual, when it comes to international organizations and international consultations processes, it always becomes slow, but in this case, speed is essential. We expect the governments to get together and decide what are the protocols that must be fulfilled and met so that the cruise industry can start all over again. May I make a proposal, Mario? I think we heard this morning the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Di Stefano, make a proposal on the training of the staff. I think the Italian government should take the initiative in Europe, but not only in Europe, also international UN organizations, WTO and IMO, in order to start work very rapidly on an international protocol on safety measures for the cruise industry. I think this is probably the most effective way of helping the overall industry to start all over again. I will stop here, and I will be gladly passing the floor to Massimo De Benedetti. Massimo, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Petrone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Now I'm trying to share my desktop. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Well, I wish also thank Ambassador Battani and Italy IORA Dialogue Partnership for having invited us to this important event so that we can share our vision about sustainability and innovation. Can you see my presentation?
No, Massimo, I cannot.
Okay, I will try differently. Okay, we can move on without the presentation so that we don't lose time. Well, I would like to touch mainly 4 points. First of all, I would like to complete the very effective presentation that Ambassador Petrone made for Fincantieri, giving you some key facts and figure. Then I would like to describe you the approach we have about sustainability, and in particular, that's the third point, the link between sustainability and innovation. And then I would like to close my brief talk with a snapshot of our most relevant research and innovation initiatives that are linked to sustainability. Well, first, what is Fincantieri today? Fincantieri today is a global group with a global reach. We had in the fiscal year 19 about 6 billion revenues, and mainly most important, we have 38 billion of backlog. What does it mean? It does mean that we have work for the next 6 years. Now, I don't know how many industries in Italy or also in Europe can give this, how to say, long-standing visibility about the continuity of the business. Then in terms of global reach, we have 18 yards in 4 continents, and that is very important because this allows us to offer our products not only as the design, but also for manufacturing and production, and this is important for government lead contract. We have 20,000 direct employees, and if we put together also the subcontractor, we reach the number of 100,000. So this is in a snapshot Fincantieri. Then what is sustainability at Fincantieri? Well, at Fincantieri, sustainability is not about greenwashing. I really regret not to show you a very important statement that our chief executive officer issued to the press when we first deliver our first sustainability plan. But I would like to read it if you allow me. He said that sustainability is not just an opportunity, but for us it is a genuine mission to represent a model of excellence in the world. It is the ability to face the challenges of the market of today and tomorrow, creating long-term value. So it's not just greenwashing, it's a mission for us to be sustainable. And as the vice president of this company, I cannot imagine sustainability without innovation and innovation without sustainability. They are simply two sides of the same coin. And now, the first step we made in order to define the business plan, the sustainability plan, and also the innovation plan. There are 3 plans that are linked in our management system. Well, we consider that we are not alone out there. we consider us as the center of a circle where we have a regulator, market, and stakeholder. So we have customer, we have lawmaker, and we have all the other stakeholder. Just to give you an example, we have the community where we work. We have the community where we have our yards. And then outside of this inner circle, we have Porter would say the forces that are shaping our business, that are health, for example. That is one of the main topic of this very interesting seminar. We have the issue of how the population will evolve, and how we can support our customer in following this evolution in the population. Just to give you an example, one of the point in this business is how you can capture younger customer. And if you want to capture younger customer, we need to make different ships, because there is a clear link between the age cohort of the customers and the features and the amenities that you have to put on the ship. Then we have technology. Obviously, we have energy, and this will be one of the topic I will touch more in the next minute. We have how the urbanization evolve. I mean, if we have a concentration of people in urban areas, we will have an impact on port infrastructure, and then we will have also an impact on cruising and on the business. So going forward, when we take into account all these forces that shape our business, we translate these forces into policies, and we define through policies our management system. We have policies dealing with purchasing, we have policies dealing with cybersecurity, we have policy dealing with environmental impact, we have safety policies, and all other policies that contributes to the definition of our management system. Then, I think it's a very important point, and I think it's quite original in the panorama of this industry. We decided to link the business plan, the sustainability plan, and the innovation plan, as I told you before. Our business plan is made up by 3 pillars. The first one is the long-term visibility. The second one is the new horizon in the markets. The third one is innovation, and the fourth one is the streamlined production. Basically, the long-term visibility is supported by the backlog. We want to be one of the best in class in the shipbuilding industry in terms of backlog, because we want to give to our stakeholder visibility, long-term visibility. Second, new horizons and market. First, how to serve better our current customers. Second, how to open new markets through the using innovation as a way to capture more value along the value chain. Third, innovation, and it goes without saying that it's a basic part of our business plan, because in our view, technological innovation is a way to capture more value along the value chain and to be more competitive. And then streamline production. I think that we are one of the few, if not the only one shipbuilder that never missed a delivery of a ship. I mean, every time we stick at our promise in terms of delivery date. I think that it's very important for our customer, because as a lot of people along the table knows, our customer starts selling cruising 1 year before the delivery, and if we miss the delivery, they will miss revenue, and that's not acceptable, neither for us and also for them. So innovation is linked with the sustainability plan. In which term? Very simply, we identify 2 targets that are part of the sustainability plan and that are part of our management by objective, from the chairman level to the chief executive officer and all the level of the company. And specifically, we define two targets in terms of sustainability, and these 2 targets are the link between the innovation plan and the sustainability plan. The first target deal to the development of more sustainable, efficient, safe, and competitive product and processes. And specifically, it deals with the development of what we call the smart ship. The ship is something that is smart, but it's something that we wanna turn into a smarter object. And specifically, we define we deploy this target into some piece of technology. For example, from now to 2030, we want to define a reference framework in order to offer to our customer cyber resilient cyber resilient onboard network. Then we want to develop onboard system able to support what Lloyd called the L4 level of autonomy. We want to introduce in our yard Industry 4.0 tool in order to increase productivity by 50%. And this is a quick snapshot of our target in terms of efficiency of process. Then we have also a very, very challenging target about ship efficiency. From now to 2030, taking a baseline 2018, we want to increase ship efficiency by 30%. It's a huge number because today ships are, roughly speaking, on the average, has an efficiency of turning the chemistry energy into storing the fuel in energy usable on board of about 75%. We want to increase it of 30% this number. It's a huge number. It will be a very challenging target. Then I would like to spend a few words about an initiative that Ambassador Petrone knows quite well. That is the partnership that we are negotiating with the European Commission. It is called Zero Emission Waterborne Transport. And we are negotiating with the European Commission a so-called public-private partnership through which the Commission will allocate a significant budget, significant money for contributing to the decarbonization. And specifically, in this partnership, the overall community of shipbuilders define an objective that is to provide and demonstrate a zero-emission solution for all the main ship types and services by 2030 that will enable zero-emission waterborne transport by 2050. So this industry is committing to deliver zero-emission ship by 2050. And it's a two-step process. By 2030, we will demonstrate that technology will be available on the shelf. And from 2030 to 2050, we will deploy all these technologies in order to get a zero-emission waterborne transport by 2050. Then I don't know how much time I have yet.
You have one or two more minutes.
One or two more minutes. Well, very rapidly. What does it mean, decarbonization? Today, today the most advanced ships are fueled by LNG, liquid natural gas, and traditional heavy fuel oil or medium fuel oil. That is the state of the art today. Then in the medium term, we think that there will be a gradual introduction of hydrogen or other alternative fuel. Could be ammonia, could be ammonia or hydrogen. That are the most actually viable alternative to carbon fossil fuel. So we imagine that there will be a gradual introduction of hydrogen, and we will have a combination of a fuel cell and internal combustion engine. Then in the long term, we imagine that in 2050, or maybe a little bit earlier, we imagine that we will have ships fueled only by hydrogen. And about this point, I would like to conclude with a very quick description of an important project that we are carrying out in Fincantieri. It is called the Zeus, like the Greek god, that stands for Zero Emission Ultimate Ship. In the shipyard of Castellammare di Stabia near Naples, we are building a unit of about 30 meters that will be fueled only by hydrogen. We will have in that ship a fuel cell. A fuel cell is a device that that combining hydrogen and oxygen will produce electricity and water. We are developing this ship that will be delivered in the next July. We will build this ship that, as far as we know, it will be the first seagoing ship fueled exclusively by hydrogen. We will put there a power generation system, a hybrid power generation system. We will put there a 130 kilowatt fuel cell generators that will be powered by about 50 pounds of hydrogen that will be stored in 8 metal hydrogen cylinders. And this unit, combining the fuel cell generation and the lithium ion based energy storage system, will be able to sail for about 8 hours with zero emission at a speed about 8 knots. So I think that my time is finished. Well, I just give you one quick takeaways. Sustainability is not about greenwashing, think theory, but it's a key factor for us to prosper in a fast-changing global environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Ambassador O'Shaughnessy.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Petroni. And can I also pass my thanks to the government of Italy for organising this webinar. Australia is really pleased that Italy is a new dialogue partner in the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and it's really excellent for us to have this opportunity to work with you on such an important issue. I'm conscious that we're running a little over time, so I'll keep my remarks fairly brief. Some of you might be aware that Australia is the coordinating country for women's economic empowerment in the Indian Ocean Rim Association. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about where we see women's role in the recovery of sustainable cruise tourism in the post-COVID environment. We're currently partnering with UN Women in IORA, a $750,000 partnership over 3 years to promote women's economic empowerment. And obviously, in this part of the world, the cruise industry is a really important part. So I'll go straight to the main point, actually, which is about Australia's experience that we wanted to share with you. We have some really interesting experiences in the Pacific, both in promoting the industry and working with local women in local communities. This partnership initially started in 2013 when the Australian government signed a memorandum of understanding with a major cruise provider, Carnival Australia, which aims to connect smaller local suppliers to cruise tourism supply chains in ways that enhance sustainable economic development for those communities and improve the lives of people living in poverty. There was a range of elements of this MOU. It ranged from providing training through the Australian Pacific Technical College to local communities to work on cruise ships, but also helping communities improve access and links to local businesses at ports, and assisting women in particular in Papua New Guinea to package up tourism services. So I'll just leave that element of our experience with you as an overview, but I would recommend to listeners, if you have some time afterwards, if you Google DFAT and cruising into a new future, you'll see a paper that we released about our partnership with Carnival Cruise Lines and our work in the Pacific, which could be quite informative for those of you, especially in the Western Indian Ocean. The second example that I wanted to share with the viewers was about a program that Australia supported starting in 2017 called the UMI Tourism Partners Pilot. UMI means together in Pidgin, which is a language spoken in various forms across the Pacific. It was a $1 million project that started in 2017, in theory concludes this year, and was a shared partnership between the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Australia, the Carnival Australia Cruise Line that I just mentioned to you, and then an innovation company, the Difference Incubator. So what this pilot aimed to do was to increase the number of sustainable local tour operators in 2 countries, Vanuatu and Papua New Guinea, and also create more meaningful cultural exchanges between cruise liner guests and their hosts in the countries that they were visiting. We were really pleased with the participation in this program. We had almost 100 participants, either businesses, around over 30 businesses, and individual entrepreneurs, around 50 individuals. And in each of those categories, there was upwards of 50 or 60% female participation. Coming out of that project, in Vanuatu, for example, we saw almost $1.7 million worth of contracts signed between those local providers and Carnival Australia. The implementation of some of those contracts has obviously been constrained by COVID, but we really take heart from the program in terms of the capacity that it builds and the possibilities that it offers for the future. I wanted to show you in a moment, I think Daniela is going to share a video with you about one of the participants in that program, a woman from Vanuatu named Ani Bani, who developed, with the support of that program, a special coconut tour that shows visitors to Vanuatu from the cruise liners the 165 uses of coconuts in Vanuatu, and offers people a really unique experience of the island that they wouldn't otherwise have. So I'll stop there for a moment and see if Daniela is able to show the video. If it doesn't work, I'll share the link and you can look at it later.
In Santo Vanuatu, living here, it's paradise. We have really good trees and herbal medicines that our ancestors used. It's natural what we have here and what we use every day, and the importance of it. I grew up with coconut all my life. And if you study, there's 165 plus uses of coconut. So I create a tour all about the coconut. It's all my heart that I put in there. People come and experience different uses of coconut, and then they can put their hands on, do it themselves, taste it, feel it, smell it. They will know the importance, and maybe they will tell the world how the coconut is important for us. For me, business success will help community and it will benefit everybody. Be real, stay natural, create things that it's local to achieve what we want.
So thank you so much, Daniela, for sharing that screen. And I think that video really sums up for us the importance of women's involvement in this recovery process. We see that women have been the most affected by COVID, and we actually think that women are going to play an enormously important role in the recovery. So we're really keen from an Australian perspective to keep this conversation going. We're planning to organise a dedicated webinar on women's economic empowerment in the cruise tourism industry, which we'll do in partnership with UN Women and IORA, and we'll invite all of you to this webinar in the coming weeks as well. So I'll leave my comments there. Happy to answer any questions afterwards, but really glad that I had the opportunity to share this experience with you and looking forward to learning from others. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Mrs. Babak Bani Jamali, although I cannot see her image on my screen at least. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Mrs. Babak? Mario, we don't have Mrs. Babak online, so perhaps we can move on.
I could see her until not long ago.
Here, sorry for the first day. Here, can I join you?
No, I can't see her. Shall we then move on to Professor Beltrame and then close?
I think, in fact, it's a gentleman. Sorry, sir. I have him now in video. We were confused by a previous video of one of your delegation. I'm sorry.
Can you see him?
Yes, he is online now.
Okay. Welcome, please. Mr. Babak.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for the great honor to join you here, and I'd like to, for the next couple of minutes, to have the chance to show you a small presentation that I've prepared. We can discuss the prospects that exist, also give you a report of what we are doing, because of course, maritime tourism is a major priority in terms of our governmental development plan, and also in terms of public-private partnerships which exist in this subject. So I'll try to share my presentation with you. Now, the brief talk that I'd like to take you through is actually regarding the topics of passenger terminals in Iran. Okay, basically the structure of the presentation starts with discussing about the Port and Maritime Organization of Iran as the main governmental body which oversees and has oversight over maritime transport and also including passenger terminals. And then we are going to show you some slides about the cooperation that we have currently with the Permanent International Association of Navigation Congresses, or the PIANC, which is actually very involved in providing world-known guidelines for design of terminals. And then we're just going to show you some examples of existing terminals in Iran and also some of the future plans that we have. And if there is some time, we can just going to discuss some of the precautionary measures that we are taking regarding the new normal and the outbreak of COVID-19 to be able to cope, to maintain in as much as possible the level of existing traffic, and also try to show you some incentives about how to actually have new investments. Now, just because we've lost some time, and I apologize for this technical error, I just would like to give you some idea about the Port and Maritime Organization, which is the governmental body, as I said, and it actually has an oversight role, but it has also some programs to attract investment from Iran and also investment from foreign countries in terms of foreign direct investment. Okay. Regarding the passenger and maritime tourism infrastructure, which is actually a major branch of the Maritime Organization in Iran, there are some major responsibilities that are being undertaken, and they include site selection of new terminals and also revamping and modernizing of existing facilities, as well as, of course, because this is included also the subject of marinas and other recreational activities concerning water. So these are the areas that are actually being looked after and also promoted by the Port and Maritime Organization of Iran. Now, I would just like to briefly give you some insight in the actual cooperation that we have with PIANC. And PMO has been active for a long time with PIANC. And of course, the Recreational Navigation Commission of PIANC, called RECCON, is responsible for compiling a lot of the guidelines and also good practice manuscripts that can be used for both, let's say, greenfield and also brownfield projects when it comes to port structures. And in line with what was discussed very nicely in the event today, and I'd like to thank all the previous speakers, they made my job much easier. I can tell you that the blue economy is very much a major issue over here as well, and we hope that with more interaction with the world and also inviting more cooperation in the context of IORA, we can actually have the chance to harness some of the great potential that we already have. Now, I personally myself, my name is Gobak, and I'll just give you a very brief introduction. I'm working also as the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Navigation Commission of PIANC, and therefore we are very much involved also in Brussels to compile new design guidelines, and also we had some plans for preparing something regarding the ramifications of the new normal and what actual measures to be taken into account for port authorities and also terminal operators. Now, I just have some examples of the key documents that actually are being used in Iran and also translated and also abided by when it comes to design of terminals. And coming from a technical background myself, I can tell you that what we do is we try to have all the facilities safe in terms of safety of transport, in terms of sanitary issues, which are increasingly more important now. And of course, there are a lot of different aspects making them accessible to public. And so really, there's a lot of things I'd like to talk to you about, but I think that to confine it to the amount of time that I have and to respect that, I'll keep it limited. But just to mention that we are trying to work in the context of global cooperation for having new opportunities in the cruise industry. Now, just give you some examples of what already exists in Iran, just to have some idea. As you can see, the Shaikona Port Passenger Terminal, which is located near Bandar Abbas, and this is a major terminal when it comes to transfer of passengers. And now there is also this effect that we are experiencing right now globally, which is the current situation with the COVID-19. So from something which was about 10 million passenger trips per year annually, now we are quite down, but still we are hoping to restart basically having higher levels of operation pretty soon, hopefully. And we are planning also new terminals I'd like to tell you about a bit later in a coming slide. Bushehr Port Passenger Terminal is located at the northwest of the Persian Gulf. Is another example of an existing facility that's actually being modernized and also expanded. Now, in the last couple of years, PMO has been active in performing and helping in the actual undertaking of the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Project and also master plan projects in the fields of commercial transport and also in the fields of passenger transport. And there are a lot of projects that are being earmarked for the future, and we hope to be able to have both investment packages which are actually have been studied in terms of feasibility study technically and also economically for being viable. And we're hoping to be able to share some of David's interest in further about more details on this, and of course, we can be contacted, and we'll be very glad to share ideas with you. Maybe a lesser known topic in cruise industry, and for good reason, has been the Caspian Sea in the past. And we have also some plans for increased passenger traffic at the Caspian. Like our esteemed colleague from India said, we also have hospitality in our blood as well. And we hope that the Caspian, by having its wonderful potential in terms of the environment and having really beautiful scenery and lots of places to see, and it's a great choice also for ecotourism. It can be, again, a good choice for expansion in this area. And we have some projects defined but in the Caspian Sea where we have actually done the marine spatial planning and integrated coastal zone management, and we have identified some very good areas. We've tried to make sure that these areas are the areas which are best in terms of future operational costs and initial capital costs to have the best future prospects at the Caspian. Now, this is open to discussion because, of course, the Caspian draft and also the limitation of the Volga-Don Canal makes the actual basic commuting of the ships in the Caspian a bit, separate from the open seas. But still, as a target, as we were approaching the new normal and we're trying to investigate new prospects, I think that's the main thing that I have to talk about. I think the Caspian is one of the prospects that, although in terms of vessels there are some challenges, but in terms of potential there is ample things to look forward to. Now, some incentives regarding the free trade zones, that virtually a couple of very large parts of the coastline are actually free trade zones, which enjoy basic advantages for attracting investment. These include tax and duty exemptions, expedited applications, moving towards a national single window sort of paradigm, and having the port communication systems in place to make sure that a lot of the bureaucracy is trying to be cut out. And then we have also exemptions for import and also much easier arrangements when it comes to permitting and also some low interest loans. Moving on to the next slide, I'd like to give you a glimpse of what PMO can do in terms of pre-approved loans for cruise ship terminal development plan. As I was mentioning earlier, in line with the government strategies, the advent of increasing maritime passenger traffic is a major goal, and toward that end, there are very good loans to actually support anyone who has interest to work in the areas related to marinas and also to passenger vessels and also eventually to maybe in other aspects of the cruise industry. I apologize again for slight technical mishap at the beginning, and I hope that I've been able, within limited amounts of time, to give you some idea about what we're doing and try to suggest that we can actually think about the Caspian and also developing some of the earlier existing facilities for the future. And I can also tell you that based on what I was reading recently and I've been hearing today, it's been very interesting. I feel very honored to be with you here. I'd like to appreciate deeply what the organizers are doing and basically the attendees, excellencies, and also all the ladies and gentlemen who are actually attending. It's been a very wonderful time. And I would like to invite any questions that may exist to reach out to us, and we'll be very happy to see what can be done in the interest of surviving and also thriving in the new normal. Thanks very much.
Mr. Babani, thank you very much indeed. Professor Beltrame is our last speaker, last discussant.
Thank you, Ambassador Petrone. Thank you to Minister Vattani for inviting me. I will focus on few items, particularly on all the presentation that I heard and on the first word of Ambassador Petrone, who said how difficult is to match together sustainability with innovation, particularly in the condition in which we are living now. Then we heard about Massimo Benedetti, the strategy of a large company who set 2 pillars on sustainability and innovation. And Massimo gave concrete example of this with the recent placing of the Zeus vessel into the sea in Castellammare di Stabia. The ship set with hydrogen, with fuel cells, which is the first in the world with green emission, full green hydrogen. So it's necessary, and Mr. Ambassador Vattani invited me to stress this point, particularly in front of the IORA countries, focusing on hydrogen green, not blue or gray. I don't have time to get into details, but this has an important implication, particularly if you are looking on a large time scale. But this is the picture that Massimo said before for Fincantieri. The second piece that I would like to add is for innovation, particularly for technological innovation, in order to have an impact, it needs a regulatory framework in which to act. And that's the work in which RINA and ENR, which is a little public-like entity which is working with it, is trying to anticipate at international level certain rules in order to make possible to the navigation of a vessel fully with the energy with hydrogen, because up to today, at IMO level, does not exist any guidelines or official technical rules for the use of hydrogen as a vector, as a propeller for a vessel internationally recognized. Of course, this can be done, and we are cooperating with Fincantieri on this. recalling all the expertise of the Italian register, and which is our partners in this work, to set up guidelines, at least, which can constitute an advancement for IMO itself. So regulation framework is important in order to have an impact, because what the revolution that Massimo was proposing in the green sense to join sustainability, and hydrogen is just an example of it. It's just an example on which we bet under a grant supported by the Italian government. We cannot have an impact at the international level without a shared approach for international rules to be followed when you go on this new concept. The other important factor are the question of how you can set up this kind of rule, for example, with approaches like alternative design, risk analysis, and things like that. Last piece I want to say is this concept of merging sustainability with technological innovation is not only limited to the question of shipping and cruise in particular, because it works on three keywords. The first is to have a fuel fully green, let's say the hydrogen. The second is to have a system to provide energy fully green again, and Massimo called it, for example, the fuel cell, but it could be in the future another one. The third one, what you are going to design and develop and realize, the case is the ship Zeus. Could be a multi-use vessel, not only for cruise, could be a special boat for deep mining in order to go to find below the sea resources, which today you don't find anymore on the ground. And that is, again, towards sustainability. Last is, if you close the circle, it's clear that sustainability and technological innovation is needed, because if you go toward a better environment, you affect the health of the people. And more than ever now is what we need. We are living in a situation in which what we set 3 years ago, and we started with Massimo this adventure, which is just an example for everybody, but I want to stress that it's an example. We can be scalable, okay? But today it has more importance due to the condition and the constraints which are affecting our health. So, and the health is connected to the environment. So the circle is closed not only from an economical point of view, but is closed from a vital point of view. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Beltrame. Mario, I'm giving you back the floor, but just let me repeat a motto that I can propose to your attention, to the Italian government attention. The motto is regulate to protect and sail on full speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. You couldn't have put it better. I can tell you that your proposal concerning the rules and regulations, proposing the adoption of international rules and regulations is definitely picked up from your session, which was probably the one that was more looking at the future. It was great to also see the planning of the ship Zeus. I find this from Fincantieri, I find it very, it's something that makes us smile thinking of a possible future, and definitely it answers the concerns on environment, greening, and so on. So now we are late, but I must tell you that Gareth Rees from the IORA Secretariat, which I have to thank and commend for the work he has done in preparing this meeting together with us, has been doing some work behind the scenes, so we can catch up. So don't worry if we lost about 30 minutes, because we caught them up behind the scenes. And so, Gareth, if you don't mind, I'm going to give you the floor, and then I think there should be some questions and a quick a quick, I see Birga Köhler who lifted her. You will have a chance of definitely of saying something. I just want to give the floor to Gareth, and then we'll just open the floor for questions or answers and so on. And then after that, I see that the Director General, Luca Sabatucci, Director General for Global Affairs, has joined us for the conclusions. I welcome him. Gareth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Maura, and thank you to everyone. I won't keep anyone longer than necessary. All I wanted to say is that for the way ahead, what we will be doing, we will be issuing a press release straight after this meeting, which in essence will just give a factual account that the meeting has taken place, who spoke, a very short summary of the keynote speaker and the high level opening speakers. We'll then just have a very short overview as to what our discussions entailed. We will not have any detailed outcomes or any recommendations coming out of this. This will be for the press statement. What we will then do, hopefully before within the next few days, we will circulate to all the participants a report on the outcome of the meeting, which will have links to the presentations. And I can please ask all of the presenters to please send us copies of your presentations and your speeches, if you haven't already, to the emails listed in the registration form. Please do that if you wish to have your presentation included in the final report. And please also, if you wouldn't mind, to also ensure that your contact details are correct, because we can then return a report to you with some of the key outcomes, some of the key, not decisions or recommendations, but some of the key outcomes that the seminar and the webinar has looked at around sustainability, innovation, restarting, impact of COVID and so on. We'll, from the Secretariat, we'll try and put together a very brief summary, which we will then share with you, as well as the participant list, so that everyone can have access to the contacts. Should they wish to get in touch, request additional information or link up in terms of networking. So we will do that straight after the conclusion of this with the media statement, and we will circulate a report in due course in the next few days. So thank you very much. If you want anything included in that report, please send it to us, and we will consider it and include it where necessary. But thank you very much, and I won't keep any more of your time. And let me just say thanks to everyone, including Mario. We don't need a word of thanks. I think thank you. It's been very successful, and we've enjoyed it, and it's worked very well. So thank you to everyone that participated, especially the Secretary General, the Undersecretary from Italy, the Undersecretary from the UAE, and the Deputy Minister from the Maldives, and all the presenters and all the chairs. Thank you from the Secretariat. We very much appreciate your support. I agree, Maria. Let's have a discussion and questions and answers, please.
Thank you, Gareth. Definitely, there's a lot we can work on in the future. So we look forward to working with the Secretariat on the many contents that came up. So at this point, I had Birga Köhler from Germany, who asked for the floor. You have it. You saw that your country, and both as a partner for Italy and for some of our companies, and both as a dialogue partner, came up, and we look forward to collaborating also as common dialogue partners. You have the floor, Birga.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ambassador Vatani. Yes, I felt almost urged to raise my hands because Germany has been mentioned sometimes in this presentations. And thank you very much for having us. There are in total 4 representatives for Germany, organizations, institutions, companies in this meeting. So that shows, I think, the high interest that we have in this meeting. Let me briefly introduce myself. I work at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany, and there I'm advisor at the Division for Maritime Industry. And at the same time, we are the coordinating office of the federal government's coordinator of maritime industry. We have a coordinator equivalent in a way to state secretary who focuses on the issues of the maritime industry. Yes, we have heard so much. Thank you so much for this meeting, because we have really heard so much and got a broad overview of all the topics concerning the maritime industry and also tourism, I think. And it was so interesting. And in the beginning, I think it was Mr. Alberti of Costa Group who mentioned the German government and the programs that we have put up. We have heard a lot about greener, more efficient, more sustainable technology that we need in shipment and specifically in cruise shipment. And the government interest is there because of the international standards that we are facing by the IMO, of course, also the Green Deal by the EU that we feel obliged to. So what can governments do in the end to support a more sustainable shipment? And that's why we have put up in Germany several programs to achieve that. And one is, of course, research, but the challenge is always how can you bring research in the end to some practical impact and to make it really going in practice and in reality. And so we focus on research on the one hand, but also on innovative technology. And those innovative technologies, of course, face what we have heard. How can we bring hydrogen fuel cells into place, LNG, methanol? Where's the future going? We don't know that. Mr. Metzeler of CLIA mentioned that. We have no idea which technology in the end will be the one that makes everything going, but that's where we are at this point today, where we have to do innovation and where we have to put money in a way to see where things in the end will end up. So this is where I think governments and also private companies who build those ships come into place, and where they have to work together and to achieve progress for the future. So that's where we see our commitment. And you mentioned in the beginning, Ambassador Vatani, that it might be good to some more connections, some more network that we can put up, and where we can have maybe a closer exchange about those topics, because in the end, because shipment is global, the maritime industry in the end is global. The ships that we build in Europe bring passengers in the end to other regions, maybe IORA. And so we all have an interest to achieve more than we have now. And so we are open. That's my message. We are open to a closer exchange in the future, and maybe we can stay in contact. Thank you very much.
Definitely, Ms. Kohler, we will be doing that. This is the beginning of a new project that we've been working. A new project, meaning that it's something we started on a few months ago with the Secretariat. So count on us to keep in touch and come up with new initiatives. At this point, if I don't see any hands up, I think we're really at the closing of time, but we caught up, and it is now 1 o'clock, and I'm very happy to give the floor. Oh, is there someone? Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't see because no one was on the. Is that Thomas?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, okay. Sorry,
my name is not displayed.
No, yes. Okay, but please go ahead. Go ahead.
I just would like to draw your attention to my question. I think I put it in the chat so that it's recorded. It's on the issue of shore power. We have heard now a lot about how to improve the sustainability of cruise tourism with respect to propulsion, but that is medium to long-term solutions. However, shore power would already be a short-term improvement, since all the destination countries are working on improving their grid emission factors. They have already, to various degrees, renewable energy in their grid. Definitely, the grid energy is much greener than anything that is currently being produced on the cruise ships. So I would like to use this opportunity to appeal to IORA member states to use the break that we have now, this window of opportunity, to equip their ports with shore power facilities use the training that you were offering in Italy also to cover this aspect and make it compulsory in the future, at least here in the IORA region, to use shore power while in the ports. This also gives much more of the value chain in the cruise tourism industry into these countries, as the power will be produced in the countries itself, creating more jobs there, because otherwise most of the jobs of the industry, of course, remain on the ships themselves and not of direct benefits to the countries where the ships just stay for very few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm sorry to see that Roberto Alberti from Costa had to leave us just before the end of the seminar, so I don't think he can give you, I mean, he himself cannot give you directly, but we have others. I imagine maybe Mr. Ugo Metsola can give an answer about this. Yes. And also, if I may, there's another question from Stephen Pierce, which says, what is happening regarding onboard testing? Are liners installing any of the rapid testing equipment, etc.? This is, maybe this also I could put to you, Dr. Metsola.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the shore power question, because there I have a fairly clear view. I agree with the idea that in many places, especially when the shoreside electricity comes from a clean source, we can truly reduce emissions. And in principle, we are in favor of shore power wherever it makes sense. So I do not want to contradict with the speaker at all. But like he pointed out, now that we have this historic opportunity of think about a long-term vision, how to decarbonize or become net carbon neutral by 2050, I think we need to have a higher ambition level alongside with investments to shore power. Because unfortunately, most of the emissions when people travel are caused by transportation from one country to another. They either fly or take a ferry or a cruise ship to remote coastal destinations in different corners of Europe. And it is, in our case, when ships sail from port to another, where much of the carbon emissions are caused. So I do not deny that shore power is an incremental step to the right direction and can potentially be implemented more quickly than the clean fuel solutions. But I think that now that these billions are coming through the recovery fund and we need to invest into green transformation, we should also think about the long-term final alternative fuel solutions. So that is, they are not in contradiction, but we need to keep thinking about both. That is my personal view on that one. I do apologize. I couldn't quite get the second question. Could you possibly repeat, Chairman?
Yes, I will repeat, but I can't help further than that because, wait a minute, it was regarding onboard testing. So are liners installing any of the rapid testing equipment? This, in fact, I don't think is really regarding shipping as an industry. It's in fact the measures that are being taken. So there are other... I can't see because I have to go through the chat to see questions, but
I can very quickly just say that we have onboard testing facilities, very advanced medical facilities. We also have a lot of empty cabins now where we can isolate suspected or confirmed cases if necessary. And as I said earlier, we test crew members on an ongoing basis while the ship is in operation, which implies that we have testing capacity on board our ships. Thank you. I'm afraid you are muted.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. So these are very interesting points that were brought up also by Thomas. I had heard about, I mean, this has been something that we have discussed in the past. I think these are all subjects that we can continue discussing if we can find other questions. At the same time, now someone has their microphone on. No. Now, if you allow me, I'm going to give the floor to the Director General for Global Affairs, Luca Sabatucci. And before giving him the floor, I have to say that we owe it to him if we sped up the process of dialogue membership He's the Director General that actually deals with this kind of global affairs and deals with more or less all the countries involved in the IORA membership. So really, thank you, Director General, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mario, for your presentation. Hope you are hearing me. It's a pleasure to join you at the conclusions of today's Italy IORA webinar, which we are hosting in the framework of our dialogue partnership with IORA. I also take the opportunity to send warm greetings to my friend Ambassador Petrone. Like our Undersecretary Manlio Di Stefano did this morning, I wish to thank the IORA Secretariat for its precious cooperation in organizing this virtual meeting. We are also grateful to IORA Member States, dialogue partners, and public and private organizations who took their time to participate in this very fruitful meeting. As many of you have underlined today, we are going through a very challenging time, but it is indeed in hard times that one can best appreciate the role of international cooperation. The webinar provided a useful opportunity for the direct involvement of the UN World Tourism Organization and the Vanilla Islands organizations to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on the cruise industry in seas. We hope this will be the beginning of a fruitful cooperation between these international organizations and IORA. We had the chance to hear the keynote address delivered by the Deputy Minister of Tourism of Maldives, Naushad Mohammed. The effect of the pandemic on tourism industry in countries who rely significantly on tourism has certainly been dramatic. And in one way or the other, tourism in all our countries has suffered a heavy toll. At the same time, in the same way, as we believe that the Indian Ocean region is one of the most promising regions of the world in terms of economic opportunities and recovery potential after the COVID-19 crisis, we also believe that IORA plays a key role in the regional architecture. IORA is an ideal partner for us to address challenges such as these in a multilateral setting. This is why, after participants in the IORA core group meeting on tourism last August called for sharing experiences and best practices to restart the tourism industry, we proposed to host this webinar. This choice was also based on our belief that there is a need to regain market confidence in the tourism sector. For example, in the case of Italy, it covers 3% of the Italian GDP, employs over 120,000 workers, and has a turnover of around 45 billion euros. Today, thanks to all participants, we have proceeded in a very concrete manner. Sessions were chaired and participated by some of Italy's major players in the world of blue economy, shipping, energy and the environment, research, training and education. We hope that representatives from IORA member states who share their experiences and their vision of the future could benefit from the Italian experience in the field of cruise tourism and from an open dialogue with Italian cruise operators and the teams who are currently developing their post-COVID strategies. Today's agenda was articulated along operative lines. In the first session, participants assess the impact of COVID-19 on the global cruise industry, especially job creation, touching on issues such as the importance of public-private cooperation. It was a chance to hear how cruise lines and cruise ports are fighting back and to structure in more detail the Italian proposal for training of cruise terminal managers in participation with the Civitavecchia cruise terminal. The issue of restarting cruise tourism and regaining market confidence also introduced the idea of promoting the adoption of an international protocol of safety measures, which is something we will be reasoning together. The webinar provided the occasion for examining future development trends in the cruise industry after the pandemic, both concerning the economic potential towards coastal communities, women empowerment, relations with local tour operators, and also for environmental sustainability, therefore research and technology greening and innovation to reduce impact of cruises and on the environment. In conclusion, let me assure you that Italy plans to increase its cooperation with IORA and its member states, particularly in those areas where our economies will reciprocally benefit, namely tourism in its many aspects and the blue economy in general. And as was stated during today's webinar, firstly by Undersecretary Di Stefano, Italy plans to offer a training course for cruise terminal officers from IORA countries in collaboration with the Civitavecchia Port Authority and its state-of-the-art cruise terminal. We wish to further promote cross-country initiatives and partnerships to foster mutual enrichment, and we look forward to working together with all who participated today. In view of the meeting we intend to host with IORA member states and major stakeholders in the Italian pavilion during Expo Dubai. We plan to organize it aside to the event across the waters, moving money, goods and people over the Indian Ocean, which will take place during the Water Week of 26 March 2022. So please save the date. Excellency, distinguished participants, my friend, once again, thank you all for your support and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. I would say the meeting is closed now. I thank everyone, and we will coordinate in the future, and we will keep in touch. Thank you, and bye-bye.